That's ridiculous.
Actually, I have one pint of beer just chilling out in the can in the stein itself. I could probably fit another one in there.
I feel like that's not how that works.
Pretty
Like
sure
you
it
can
does.
open the can.
Nope.
Oh man. Is everyone here? Tim's not gonna be here today, right? Wait, is Dylan on this call?
Uh-huh.
What?
Holy shit!
He's
Dylan?
here.
I'm sleuthing. I'm trying to remember how to do all of this stuff, looking at my character sheet.
Oh, no worries.
How y'all been?
Good. Yeah, well, yeah, good.
As good as one can.
You
Yeah.
can't ask that. Missile doesn't know that. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Missile is dead, man.
What?
No, he's been
We have some
sleeping.
bad news.
Bad news.
Oh yeah,
Bad
I was gonna drop
played
Missile
your
some
character.
information.
Okay.
We tried to wake him up. He just wouldn't wake up, man. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say.
There was a carbon monoxide leak in the library.
That would make so much sense. Really about all of this.
Marin, do you guys? What's your property insurance like for this place?
Yeah. Tried poking him with a sword. Someone said it was a little too hard, but he still is not waking up.
Okay. So, I was gonna give Dylan some info. Dylan, have you watched all the other sessions?
No, I haven't. I've read the summaries as close as I could a couple of times, but it's about it.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the summaries went all the way up to what you were there for, and then I haven't done. I haven't finished
There's a little bit.
the other summaries. So,
Yeah.
anyways, I'll write up those eventually.
The summaries were getting longer and longer and longer.
Yeah, well, yeah, fuck. There's a lot going on.
Missile will get caught up to speed.
Okay, so just to catch everybody up in this situation, the summary of kind of the last few sessions is that you guys have been investigating the situation with the cult and Miliardo's accusations about him being involved in crime syndicates, cult activity, and potentially murder. And from what you guys have deduced, you've been able to track down that, you know, maybe this is a much more complicated endeavor. It's possible that Miliardo was being set up for this, and you guys have been kind of just like following around, collecting clues. You guys went to the bank and met a very strange banker, and but you couldn't get any farther because you didn't have a warrant. You guys went to an armor shop and learned that perhaps Miliardo's father had been selling armor to, or giving armor away to strange people in exchange for perhaps evil or bad services. You also, what else? What other clues did you guys pursue? Well, not I guess a ton, but you guys went down to Joe Hopp's fight. Joe Hopp's fight went down, but you realized that it was kind of a shady situation where Atalius may have thrown the fight in order to win his friend a lot of money. His friend, as it turns out, was Joel Lockwater, who was, I guess I can't tell you too much about that, but anyways, Joel Lockwater was there, and once it all came out that that's what had happened, Peter Lockwater showed up and killed his brother and demanded that you guys hand over Damon to him and the cultists, and you guys rejected their offer, and a fight broke out where it turned out that numerous members of the Crimson Rats had already joined the cult of Cyric and fought against their own leader, Bill Thorne, who happened to be a fucking weretiger, who fought with you guys, alongside you guys, against the cultists in this kind of underground sewer inn or tavern. At the end of the fight, most people on your side actually survived, and you were able to get the body of Joel Lockwater to Captain Damien. As it turns out, Galen from Owl Squad and his two friends Chuthra and Bradson had been involved in an investigation of the Lockwater brothers for a while now, and they kind of helped you in that tavern brawl to piece together last little bits of your information. The leads that you were kind of given at the end were from Bill Thorne, who informed you that somewhere in his office, which has now been sort of taken over by the cult in their half of the sewers, is documentation that serves as evidence that William Vaudry had actually been behind a number of the Crimson Rats operations and was the one who who first put the cultists into the sewers in the first place, so he organized for that. So Bill Thorne told you to go get those documents if you want them. And yeah, is there anything else I'm missing? You guys went back to the guild where you met Marin and chatted with him. He seemed to indicate to you that in the near future, the guild is going to have to do some sort of proactive attack against the cult in order to prevent them from breaking into the lower levels through the ancient sewers. And I think that's kind of where we left off. Any questions?
So, just to make sure I follow what's going on here, the Lockwaters were caught up with the Crimson Rats, who were also caught up with the cult of Cyric. William Vaudry made us aware, or rather set up that involvement between the cult, the Crimson Rats, and the others, and so it's now the cult. So that's one issue going on politically with the Vaudrys and the Lockwaters and the cult, and then at the same time the guild is concerned about the cult breaking into the lower levels, and so we're battling the cult on two fronts, so to speak. Does that sound right?
Yeah,
Cool.
that sounds right.
And they want Damon.
Yes.
How dare they? Okay.
Yeah, and if I remember, the town's guard captain wants Peter Lockwater dead or alive, which is interesting for someone who's undead. And possibly those papers. Correct?
Yeah. Evidence showing that it's the Vaudrys associated with the cultists.
Got it. Sick.
Just to clarify where things are at with regard to the Miliardo stuff, you guys now have sort of established some evidence that... let me check my document here. You have evidence... Jesus. Sorry. You have evidence that he has made, or so Captain Damien pointed out that there's evidence that he has been making regular payments to the Leawind, the Lizard Thicket. They found cult ties to him in his, like finding cult things in his office, and his father was killed, the Lockwaters went missing, and Erin Lockwater and her father, Arthur Lockwater, were both burned down in their own mansion, which was again suspected to be cult activity. So that was just all the things that were kind of levied against Miliardo, which is why he was arrested. He was assumed to be associated with all of those things because of his ties. So, yeah. Any questions there?
No.
Not that I remember. I think we told him that the Lizard's Thicket thing was probably the room rental.
Yes.
But obviously the lizard's thicket is burned to the ground, so that's hard to prove.
Right. Well, he said when you talked to Captain Damien, it was clear that the room rental thing did seem to give him an excuse for why he was paying them money. You still don't exactly know why he was paying large amounts of money to the Lee Wind, and so that is one of the charges left against him, as well as the cultist ties, which you haven't necessarily disproven.
Right.
Okay. So there were a number of things that people wanted to do in like the following session. So one of which was some people wanted to go to the library and investigate some stuff. And the other thing was that DeMarcus and Isolde wanted to go to the Hall of the Gods in Chit Chat. Or Pray, sorry. Does anybody have preference for who wants to go first on all that? Just to give you some setting, it is the evening after you guys had a very long and kind of brutal fight. You're pretty exhausted at this point.
I'm up for whichever. Going first.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
will do the Hall of the Gods stuff. Okay, can everybody else see this scene?
Yes,
Yeah, I
indeed.
can do them.
Okay.
So as we go up there, I kind of like Isolde, I lead you to the statue of Ilmater, and I ask you to sort of lead us in a prayer.
She does that without issue, though. She looks a little bit confused as to why you would want to pray with her. But she will, without asking questions.
Can I
Yeah.
sense any like are you like comfortable doing that, or is it
Yeah.
like do you okay, yeah, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, she, will have you probably just sit down, and she holds her holy symbol and takes out her prayer book and reads a small piece that she had written in there, and, is silent for a couple minutes afterwards and looks over at you when she's done.
Yeah, so
Will
go ahead, yeah.
Will you also pray to Kalimvor then?
Yeah, if you wish. Would you like to accompany me?
Sure, though I am not as familiar.
Well, as long as you approach it with the same kind of reverence that you approach Ilmater, I don't really see why you should be uncomfortable with anything.
All right.
So yeah, DeMarcus, similarly goes to the statue of Kalimvor and says a more or less sort of traditional prayer, and the content of that prayer, if you're unfamiliar with Kalimvor, would have a lot to do with justice and death, and sort of like judgment after death, and sort of like fair, impartial judgment about death and what happens to us after we die. And so he sort of ends the prayer and takes a second and sort of just breathes heavily. And he looks at you and he asks, "What's wrong with you?"
Particularly? What do you mean, what is wrong with me?
In the sewers, after the fight, you went into the hallway by yourself and you seemed sad or distraught. I think I saw you crying as we were walking to the barracks.
Oh. Well, it is not necessarily, I guess, something wrong with me, but Vosner gave me a bit of bad news about Monkey Squad, that, I guess half of them were killed. And when I went out into the hallway, it was to send a message to Helitha, the cleric, and there was no response, so I don't think I'm surprised by death anymore, but it is still difficult and sad. So it is just something I'm processing, I guess.
I understand, and I'm sorry. I didn't know. Unfortunately, I don't know very much about how the guild operated before all of this. I don't really know what it was like when there were many squads around and when you were all training together. So I'm sorry, but I somewhat only relate in the sense that, I'm used to being in battle with friends and other soldiers and people who fight for the same cause, and you lose them and you never really get over that in certain ways. And it's very difficult. So I understand, but at the same time, my faith in Kalimvor demands that I don't necessarily lament death, but acknowledge that everyone dies and is judged fairly by him when he sees fit and as he sees fit, unless there are other gods interfering and undead taking people without Kalimvor's sanction.
I can understand that. The not necessarily lamenting if you are trusting your God to take care of what happens next, but I know that you are not a stranger to carrying death with you. You had a mark on your old armor for every friend that you had lost. And I've noticed the way you are fighting more like Leeward. There is a mark there. I don't know if you've put it on your armor, but I can see it.
Demarcus sort of he's probably still in his armor right now, but just for fun, let's say that he's somehow able to find some space to show you that inner sort of left bicep where he had all the marks on his armor for people that he had lost. He actually you see a piece of his inner flesh, and it is actually covered in scars of really gnarly scars, not super deep, but intentionally done scarring on his inner arm that's equivalent to what he had on his armor basically. And he says, yes, those scars always remain, whether they're on my body or my armor or just in my soul. And as I said, when Leoward died and we buried him, I intend to take parts of him with me going forward and remember him in that way.
It makes sense. And I wish that there was perhaps a way for me to do the same for the friends that I have lost here. My fear is that I am the only cleric left now at the guild aside from Chandri. And I know that what we are doing next is... Marin said we might face someone more powerful than him. I know that I can't keep you all alive. And that is the thing, I guess, that I'm carrying that is maybe the thing wrong with me.
It's your fate to carry it, however. Your God carries everything, and you and I strive as hard as we can and as far as we can to not become like them, but to emulate them. And if your burden is to be the healer of this squad, as I think it is, and if that's the case, then what choice do you have but to take up that burden and follow Ilmater?
I think that is all correct. I do see that as, my burden. It is
Carrying burdens isn't just that, but all these deaths, all these memories, and all these people that we've lost, carrying the burden of them, carrying what happened, carrying the fact that they're gone is also something that Ilmater is going to have to make you do.
Of course.
You are
wish
the
that
only
I-
healer in this squad now, though.
I
My
am.
oath with Kalimvor has changed. I can still heal, but in my prayers in the cell in Daramar, what Kalimvor has planned for me is no longer the same. Kalimvor gave me power to heal and protect because that was how Kalimvor acted through me, given my roles in my prior lives, as I was a member of the Queen's Guard and as I was a sort of healer and protector in the Knights of the Eternal Order. I was tasked with keeping all of my brothers and my queen safe from enemies and threats and in combat in the Abyss. And I am no longer a member of the Queen's Guard, and I'm no longer a member of the Eternal Order. I am a member of Bear Squad, and Bear Squad already has a protector and a healer, and it's you. Kalimvor, I think, knows this. He knows that Ilmater has designated you as the cleric of this group and as the healer of the group and put that burden on your shoulders. Which means that Kalimvor has changed his plans for me.
And that involves you coming back here, then? That was part of your charge?
I believe so. It's hard to tell. It doesn't speak directly to me, but in my prayers and in my meditations in the cells in Daramar, I believe that Kalimvor has sent me here to be like one of his doom guides, the priests and paladins of Kalimvor, who are tasked with destroying evil and offering rights to those who die, so that they may die justly and be judged fairly by Kalimvor. I'm not a doom guide now, but I believe that Kalimvor may be sending me in that direction rather than in the direction of being a member of Queen's Court or even a member of the Eternal Order.
Well, you are very faithful to remain so close to such a very real danger. I admit I thought you were a bit foolish to come back here if you were on the run. But if you are listening to your god, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't think I'd be very good alone anyway. Never been alone. And when I was younger and I wasn't a member of some group serving in a military or in an order of paladins or in the Queen's Guard or in the noble circles of Daramar, even when Leeward and I were just out in the woods, I was with him. I don't think that I would know what to do if I were alone or if I didn't have a group of people to work with. So, losing everything, all I have left is this squad and the mission of the guild and my faith to Kalimvor.
You have a lot of faith. I respect you a lot for that.
You have
And
faith too.
I appreciate you asking me to come and pray with you. It is not something we have done before, but perhaps it is something that we should do again.
I would like that. How did you first encounter Ilmater? Is Ilmater a god taken seriously in the north?
Well, in my hometown, we worship the Triad, Torm, Hamut, and Ilmater, but my town is a bit more, I guess, focused on war and justice. But I chose to follow Ilmater because of that unbalance. Everyone around me seemed very concerned with conquest, but there's a lot of suffering that comes from that on both sides, so I felt very called to Ilmater.
I understand.
How did you find Ilmater?
Kelemvor is the god of the Knights of the Eternal Order, and I began worshiping him when I joined the Order. I knew of him before then, but I had a very distant relationship with Kelemvor at that time. But everyone in Daramar and all the noble families worship the Triad as well in more or less equal ways. For my part, relationship with the Triad is traditional, and I grew up worshiping Ilmater in a number of ways, along with the other two. And Kelemvor came later. I don't see these three gods as at all opposed, as they may be with other gods.
Mm-hmm.
Kelemvor is maybe a bit of an outlier with the Triad, though.
It fits nicely, though. At least the way that you have them balanced.
Mm-hmm. Balance is important, as I know that you see, in taking up Ilmater in your town when you detected that he wasn't given his rightful praise there, and that the other two of the Triad were worshipped in an imbalanced way. What do you intend to do? You seem very afraid of going forward as the only cleric because you believe that you won't be able to save everyone in the guild.
I'm not sure. I will do my best, of course. But I think that perhaps my faith is not as strong as yours. There is a certain sort of peace that Kelemvor seems to give to you that I do not have. And perhaps it is just that I have not been doing this for as long as you. I've really only been a cleric since I arrived in Moston, so the sort of years of trust that you have built with your gods are different than the years that I spent before I got here.
Faith only comes when there's nothing left.
I suppose that is true. It certainly was the case for me, so hopefully Ilmater will continue to tell me what he wants from me. I have relied on signs from him up until now, though some members of the party thought that that was perhaps a bit foolish.
Signs from the gods are very important, but the party may have been right. It's difficult to assign a lot of truth to them. What's more important about the signs is that they lay out the path before us and help us to understand what we were supposed to do or what we were already going to be doing. For your part, I don't think that it quite matters, because I think that you have enough faith in Ilmater, and you're going to stay with this squad and carry out our mission regardless. In that sense, I think that you'll be doing what Ilmater asks for you to do and needs for you to do and is planned for you to do. Do you think that you can walk away at this point?
From Bear Squad? Or from Ilmater?
Both. I think it's the same thing at the end.
I don't think that I can, but part of that is that I have grown to care about everyone here quite a bit. And the other part is that I have not, I guess, fulfilled my atonement to Ilmater. I would be deserting something if I left now. It would become unbalanced again.
What do you have to atone for?
It is a bit of a long story. So, perhaps the details aren't important anyway. But, like I said, I have not lived like this for as long as you have. And, not so long ago, a couple months before I left my hometown, I killed someone. A man of high standing, a noble, I guess you would say, though it doesn't look the same in Bryn Shander as it does here. And it was frightening. I had never killed someone before, and it was done out of rage, but also out of defense of someone I cared about. But I saw my friend being attacked, and I killed the man that was attacking him. But for political reasons, my friend's death was more or less sanctioned. I guess you could say like the pirates down at the docks. But the nobleman that I killed, that was not justified. My family could have also been hanged for my crimes, so I left. And I let the blame fall on someone else.
I understand.
So, I am very sorry that I lied to you about Ilmater calling me here. It was never the reason that I left my hometown. But he found me on my way when I had nothing. And you are right that is where faith comes from.
The path that the gods put us on is only clear to us at the end.
Well, I hope it becomes clearer, because I don't always know what I'm doing, to be honest.
Neither do I.
But we have a lot more in common now. I think we always did, but I know a little bit about what it is like to be on the run and to be away from your family. So, if you ever want to talk about that, I will be around.
Thank you, Izzy.
Of course.
Marcus gets kind of like dark in mood, and he says, "But I don't know that I'll be here for much longer."
Because of the price on your head?
Yes, eventually I'll have to go back to Daramar, and the situation will have to be resolved one way or another.
You have more courage than I do. I think I am a bit of a coward in your shadow then. I don't ever want to go back, but I think like you, I know it must be done at some point. I just hope that you don't go alone.
I won't be alone.
Alright.
What
Well,
do you think it would take to atone to Ilmater for what you've done?
I don't know, to be honest. I think someday I will have to go back and put the suffering on my shoulders where it was supposed to be. But until then, I am trying to, I guess, ease some suffering here. To keep all of you safe.
Well, just keep doing what you're doing, because you've done a lot of good here in the meantime. And I think that you should know that when you die, Kelimvor will judge you fairly. Don't take on too much guilt for what you've done when it's his place to decide that and not yours. Keep doing everything you can.
Perhaps I will try to learn more about him so that I can find some peace in that. Thank you.
Welcome.
'Tis been a long day, though. We should probably get some rest.
Yes. I didn't have anything else that I needed to do.
No.
So the next scene that we wanted to do, we had Vosner, who wanted to do more research into the Shadowfell, Terran, who wanted to research the relationship between Dragonborns and dragons, and Damon, who wanted to meet with Master Marin to help him rewrite parts of his spellbook. Does that all sound right to you guys?
Yep.
Yeah. And also is gonna look into just what local dragons there are.
Okay. So I will throw us on. So I've decided to, as you noticed, I put the Hologods in an art scene, and Marin's study is in an art scene rather than the top-down, because frankly the top-down is kind of ugly. So, and huge, so probably difficult to load anyway. So hopefully this is easier for everybody's computers. And so this is Marin's study. You'll see Marin at the table with Damon, working through transcribing spells into his spellbook and discussing things quietly. I trust you did this on your own, Leif?
Adding spells to the spellbook?
Well, so it's a little bit tricky because technically wizards are supposed to have kind of a limited amount of moving things around. How much stuff you know versus how much you've inscribed in your spellbook versus, how much you've prepared, etc.
Yeah, so I just all I did was on D&D Beyond, I swapped Absorb Elements out for Magic Missile.
Okay.
And then I did my best to add it to this spellbook, but I don't think I have it in such a way that it will automatically fill everything in for me. So I didn't give myself any new spells or anything because I figured that had to wait until some in-game event happened.
Oh, I'm just gonna say you can have Magic Missile, and let me see if did you drag it from the compendium?
No, I just clicked add new spell thinking there would be an option, and then it just gave me a blank spot, so I just filled in information.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna delete that because I just dragged the new one to your shit.
Cool. Yeah, and I had Magic Missile in my spellbook. I think when I created Damon, I just didn't have it prepared, so I just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. So in the future, in your character sheet, there is a distinction between spells in your spellbook versus spells prepared, and to know that they're prepared, there's a little book to the right of the name that you can click. So I just clicked False Life, and now that counts as a prepared spell in your spell list. So that's how you distinguish. So you can put in all the spells that you have in your spellbook in there, and then click the little spellbook to prepare them.
Okay, dope. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we'll just, while you're doing that, imagine Marin's helping you with that. For Vosner's research into the Shadowfell, it's a little bit, I guess roll an investigation for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Woo!
So this was basically going to be your result no matter what. It's basically you've read every book in Marin's collection that relates to the Shadowfell, so you're not really getting much in terms of new information. But yeah, you get the vibe that maybe there's more information out there regarding your thoughts on these, what's going on there and its relation. You said something about a doppelganger version of you, or Shadowfell druids or something.
Yeah.
If that kind of stuff exists, it's just outside of the scope of Marin's library.
Cool. Do I get a sense of maybe a person that I could look after or ask Marin about to find out more, or?
Not really. With regard to kind of obscure knowledge like this, of course you could ask Marin, and he might be able to give you something. But yeah, there's no leads.
Gotcha. Well, I guess when he's finished helping Damon, I'll ask if he would know of maybe further resources on beings of the Shadowfell, or other resources outside of his library that he could point me to.
Yeah. So let me get to that after I finish dropping some knowledge for Taryn real quick.
Ooh, dropping some knowledge.
Okay,
All right.
so Taryn was investigating exactly what?
He was gonna look up first just like what dragons are in the area, and then kind of like see if there's anything about the relationship between dragons and dragonborn.
So the dragons in the area, you do know that there is a gold dragon, and I don't have the name on top of my head, that lives somewhere in the Wheeldath. Is very powerful, that was associated with the Company of Eight, and therefore with Marin's own mother. So you have like a pretty possible lead. Like there's a good amount written about that dragon and its relationship to that company, because Marin has all of those books, and it looks like he's read them many times since he grew up hearing those stories. There is the story of a bronze dragon that lives in Firedrake Bay that kind of looks over ships that are caught in storms or attacked by evil nautical creatures or whatever. So kind of like a dragon that looks over Firedrake Bay. Then there is more stories of dragons who are like silver dragons, white dragons far up north, but not a lot of stuff written about dragons in the immediate vicinity. Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
And then with regard to the relationship to the Dragonborn, it's a little bit like there's multiple myths. Some say that like Dragonborns are descended from dragons specifically, like a dragon and a human, like a hybrid thing. Some say that they're their own race created by the gods. And then there's a lot of kind of conflicting myths about it. So it's not entirely clear what the relationship is.
Cool. Were there any colored dragons nearby in the research, like non-metallic?
There's stories of green dragons kind of inhabiting the Wheeldath for various time periods, and then of red dragons that live to the south in the mountains, but nothing like definitive, like there's a layer that's at X point or something.
Alright, cool.
Okay, so for Vosner, Marin would point out that there is a chance that there are books in different big cities that you could have access to, like that would have the information you want. And then furthermore, that there's actually potentially a library that is like an ancient library that is lower down in the lower levels of the guild.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, that's all I have. And maybe just one question for thought, just food for thought. If Marin thinks it's possible that there are like Shadowfell versions of druids or shadow beings from that plane, if there's a possibility.
Yeah, he would just basically say that I'm sure there are lots of shadow beings in that plane. Nothing definitive, like what kind of things are there, but he anticipates any plane has creatures that are native to it.
Cool. Awesome. That's all Vosner has.
Cool. Is there anything else you guys wanted from this scene?
No,
I think I'm good.
Okay. So the I guess what all are you guys doing after you've done all these projects? You just going back to the barracks?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably pretty late by the time Terran's done, so he'd just crash afterwards.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, Vosner would head back too.
Izzy's already at the barracks, but she's awake.
Okay. So just to catch up, we got double music. Just to catch up Missile a little bit. While the group was kind of going off and attending dinners and carrying out a murder investigation, Missile was kind of hard at work. So two things happened. One thing happened, you, after killing Yakuba, disassembled the dragon and basically, like, grabbed a bunch of its components for future use and put it in your bag of holding. So you've got, like, a, kind of like, all of the major important parts of a dragon in your bag of holding right now.
Okay. Is there a specific list of objects that I could look up somewhere?
1 second.
Yeah. Is he coming back?
No. You just have a bag full of dragon bits now.
This game is now DM-less. Good luck.
I will say the scene where Missile disassembled the dragon was equally cool and gross.
Sweet.
It was pretty dope.
Leoward is sad that he's dead and had to miss it. I had this whole thing prepared where I'd have you guys find me sleeping in the library, but I guess I'll be in the barracks.
Oh, dang.
That's what you get for preparing.
Yeah. Man, it would have been so cool, but that's alright, I'll save it for another time.
Nice.
Oh, do it, man. Retcon it.
Alright, so we're in the barracks, and we'll just assume that rather than being atop a 8-shelf bookshelf, I'm just sleeping in the bed under a whole bunch of books. And if you were to listen closely, you would hear the faint patter of rain and smell the smell of fresh spring rain around the bed. And you would notice that the sound and the odor were coming from a couple of the books under which I was sleeping. And I would be snoring loudly.
That's super cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
The magic equivalent of a white noise machine.
Yeah, pretty much. A tinkered book.
Vosner appreciates the atmosphere you've created.
Were I awake, I would agree. But
You're
hard at
also
work, apparently.
Yeah. We'd also say your drawings suck, but it's alright.
What's that?
I think part of, like, when we came in the last time, while either you were out or something, you were asleep, Vosner looked at Mr. drawings,
Yeah.
and he couldn't really understand them. So he's like, a little abstract, they kind of suck, but,
Wow.
Okay.
That's alright. It's fine that you don't understand.
Right,
drawing.
so to speak to that, one of the things that Missile noted while you guys were out and about is that Damon is actually slower than the group. He walks at 20 feet per round, whereas the rest of the group moves at about 30 plus because, like Johab moves at like 40 because he's a monk. And the reason for that is that his like plate armor is actually like poorly constructed so that it slows him down. And so this is, I mean, obviously as putting shit into Missile's activities while he was gone to explain why he was gone.
Sure.
But the idea was that maybe Missile was working out ways to modify Damon slightly so that he could be faster.
Sick.
Anyway, so he had blueprints of Damon, which Fosner found, thought were shitty drawings, and insulted, which Damon did not care for.
I chuckle at Vosner's being repulsed by the highest quality engineering.
It just seems so mechanical and detached. Like, you know, he's more into like the natural being of things.
He would be right in that assessment.
The other thing that Missile has been working on is he's been kind of consulting, or like a consultant on the guild's exploration of some of the lower levels, and so he hasn't really been down there, but he knows that guild people are going down there and kind of like hitting new levels and discovering new shit. And yeah, I guess that's all. So
Do I know anything about this magnificent ancient library you've spoken of?
You know that based on like the things you guys discovered and talked about, that there is a library on the 4th level of this of guild, like basement level 4, basically.
Yeah.
Whereas you guys are in basement level 1 right now.
I am ecstatic and insist that we as quickly as possible excavate to the 4th level, but that'll come out.
No, yeah, go for it. So, the rest of you come back tired. It's the evening after you've had a pretty long day. I mean, in this day, you went and talked with the armor smith and went to the bank and then had Johop's fight and then did all of that and came home. So, it's basically been 3 sessions or something of, or maybe 2, of a lot of shit going down. So you come back to the barracks, and then do you find Missile there, who's been, who's had kind of a breakthrough with regard to Damon's armor.
But as I pointed out, sleeping under a pile of books, snoring loudly, with the faint smell and sound of rain in the air.
Perfect.
Yeah, I would definitely, when I return from the Hall of Gods, try and determine which book that's coming from. If that's permitted.
Oh.
I'll try very hard not to wake him while I take books off of the top of him.
Yeah, do a sleight of hand.
Oh boy. I have a feeling that is not my strong suit.
Yeah, you disturb Missile in his sleep.
He wakes up almost instantly as though he wasn't asleep and goes, "Hello, Izzy."
Oh, very sorry. I heard the storm, the rain. I was just trying to see where it was coming from.
Ah, quite lovely, isn't it? It's
Very
coming from
nice.
that book you're holding in your hand.
But how?
A little bit of tinkering and muttering under my breath of bindings and spells, and I can make books
Very-
sing for me.
Very cool.
He winks.
Do you have more than one of them?
But no more than 5.
Oh, that's fair. I will close it
He
and put it
mutters
on
something,
his
and
desk.
he mutters something, and the sound of the rain stops.
Whoa.
How are all of you?
Oh. And better, I suppose. It is good to see you up and about. There's been a lot going on, and I'll kind of recount everything that we said at the beginning of the session.
And I will ingest it and nod knowingly.
So, now we're going to have to, I guess, go down into the sewers and fight cultists and find some sort of proof that this guard will accept. Otherwise, I don't know. I guess Miliardo will die for one of his crimes, if not all of them.
Missile says that I'm sure that won't happen, and we'll have a delightful time setting things right.
I hope so.
And
And she looks like a little bit more relieved that someone has an optimistic outlook.
always. At the mention of having to fight cultists in the sewers, Missile excitedly gets up and walks over to Damon and looks up at him and just kind of adores him for longer than is tactful, and says, Damon, I have a present for you. And he takes his satchel from his side and sets it on the ground. And this is no larger than an ordinary purse. And he reaches his arm all the way in. Even though it's short, it goes all the way in. And he pulls out this large, beautiful piece of armor and hands it up to Damon.
Damon is just a little bit surprised at the beauty of it and the quality, given he only just saw the blueprints and figured it was a project that was in the early stages, although he did expect you were working on something. And he's just going to kind of say, Master Missile, this is fine work.
Missile says, glad that you like it. An artificer's motto is measure once and cut twice as fast, so I'm glad that you enjoy it.
I do not know what to say. I do not receive many presents.
That's kind of sad, actually. But Missile won't say as much, and he'll just reiterate that he's glad you like it, and he'll wink at you.
I believe I will get a great deal of use from this. Thank you. Missile.
Absolutely. And then he turns around and looks at the rest of you, his eyes glittering, and asks, have you heard about the library?
Vosner perks up and he says, yeah, Marin mentioned it. I was looking for some information that is not in his collection, so he said there might be something in the ancient library.
Do you know when we might be able to get down there?
I think we're planning on going soon. I know that we have to deal with the cultists in the sewers, so...
Missile would curse under his breath at the mention of an interruption.
Alright. Those cultists screwing everything up. But yeah, probably soon. Not too soon after that.
Well, that should be most exciting.
It would be nice to move beyond what's going on in the source.
Okay. Do you guys just go to bed?
I have one more level 3 spell, so I'm going to cast a message before I go to bed.
Oh, right. Yeah, go for it.
And Damon, because it takes him an hour to take off armor and an hour to put it on, would probably have immediately started removing his armor.
Yeah, when you, remove the full plate, armor that's covering up your body, what does it look like?
It's just a very, very slow process of detachment where there's lots of fastenings and maybe even little screws or tacks that attach it directly to my underlying chassis. And so you just see me very deliberately reaching up and down my sides and the front, pulling out these little screws and to remove the armor without just tearing away parts of my own body.
Sweet.
Can Mortimer give him a hand with that?
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Alright, there we go.
You son of a bitch. I took away everybody's ability to spin except for Mortimer.
He needs it. It's imperative.
I'll allow
I
it.
won't abuse it, I promise.
You say that now.
Fucking Taryn gets spin. Alright.
Damn it, Taryn.
Alright. I have to edit some shit. Anyways,
Damn it.
okay.
So close.
Anybody else have shit they need to do before oh yeah, Isolde's message. Go for it.
Oh, yeah. So she'll just take out the little piece of wire and kind of sigh for a second and say, Peter Lockwater is with the cult. He killed Joel today, but it isn't enough to free you. Vaudry is involved somehow. 2 days to bring proof. And that's it.
And you hear back kind of a very weak but optimistic Miliardo, who says, Isolde, it's very good to hear from you. That's all very dark news. I hope the truth comes out. Good luck.
She just looks a little sad. But she'll shake it off and go to bed.
Did DeMarcus see you do any of that, or were you trying to conceal it?
No, I'm just sitting on my bed.
Okay. He's clearly like watching you do the sending and seeing how you respond to it.
That's fair.
Whoops.
Okay, so you guys go to bed. Damon obviously doesn't need to sleep, spends a great deal of the evening with the help of Mortimer reattaching his armor. From a meta level, all this really does is make it so that you don't have a hindrance on... I mean, it's effectively working kind of like Mithril armor does, except for it's just a little bit special. In your character sheet, you should be able to move yourself up to 30 movement speed, and you won't have like disadvantage on things involving stealth.
Dope. And I suppose, like, as we're doing this, like for the next 2 hours, maybe occasionally we like there's like a loud clunk or something.
It like drops, like something loud slams on the ground.
And I like have to really wrench it away from myself, and there's like a thump, and maybe I like go, ouch.
Alright, so the group tries to get some sleep while there's like kind of like heavy machinery sounds in the background of the room.
Yeah, essentially.
Sweet.
Perfect.
I like it. Okay. You guys wake up, you have a long rest. Please execute your long rest so that you get all your spell slots back.
John, could we get a preview, or maybe later, of the dragon pieces that I had still in the bag of holding? I don't know if any of that will be useful.
Yeah, so the idea is that some of that will definitely be useful and can be used to craft items or be sold. Because I forgot to detail all that shit with you and talk to you about it,
Yeah.
we're gonna have to just put it on the back burner for this session, but I figured you'd want to use that stuff. There was definitely a group consensus, I guess you weren't there for that part, that, Leah Word would have wanted to, grab all the pieces of the dragon, so... And then Missile was just able to do that, so he just did it systematically.
Excellent.
So, yeah, I mean, eventually you guys can probably make armor out of it. Maybe make the skull be another featured thing in your room.
Ooh la la. Yeah, we'll shelve it. We'll talk.
Okay. So then, the morning comes, you guys wake up, and, yeah. Is there anything you guys do first thing in the morning? I have a thing planned, but if you guys don't, I mean, If you guys want to do some shit first, we can do that.
I mean, I will go to pray, and if DeMarcus is up, I'll ask him to come with me, just kind of casually. But that's my only morning routine thing.
Yeah, I'll go and I'll do the same.
Okay.
As everybody wakes up, Damon would just ask, "How do I look?"
Very
Oh.
sharp.
You could see a glitter in my eye as Missile looks at Damon.
Vosner nods in agreement and say, "You look great."
How do you feel, Damon?
I feel great.
Look great.
Streamlined. Like you could go, very fast.
Have you tried it out?
I have not, but I'm looking forward to it.
You want me to hit you with my mace?
If you can catch me.
Cute.
And I will, like, stand up and, like, spread my arms.
Whoa. Shit's about to get real.
Missile steps closer in eager anticipation. And
Yeah, so DeMarcus is gonna, just give Damon a little tap.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I'll roll that attack.
Yeah, remember what happened the last time I tried to do this to somebody?
Yep. You crit.
Don't lean into it.
Can I actually target him?
Yeah, you can.
Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Just don't make sure Bow of Enmity's not on.
Oh, and don't smite him either.
We'll see.
You can kill him with one shot.
We don't smite our friends. First rule of paladin
Oh,
school.
fuck. There's a 22.
Nice one.
Do you deflect it?
Yeah, I will. I'll just do shield.
Well, I think you can use arcane deflection and get the same thing, and it doesn't blow a spell slot.
Yeah, I'll just use that.
Okay, so DeMarcus comes over and gives Damon his best swing, which is an actually pretty good swing, but in conjunction with his fancy armor and a magical aura that emanates from it, when DeMarcus goes to connect, the maul just kind of bounces off the armor.
Yeah, DeMarcus is, he kind of looks not surprised, and he looks quite pleased, and he just kind of he says, a monitor's favor.
A look of deep fatherly pride appears on Missile's face.
As you guys are beating up on each other in the room, Master Marin comes in. And he says, "Good morning, Bear Squad. I hope you slept well."
Yes, we have, Master.
Very-
Don't mind these two.
Very good. I understand there's a sense of urgency with regard to the sewers, but, something has come up, and it needs to be resolved quickly.
Oh? What happened?
As a few of you may know, we've recently discovered that there are more resources available in the lower levels of this guild. Evander went to investigate them by himself and has not returned.
Do you know how far he went?
I know he was in search of the library, but I'm not entirely sure if he made it there. The fourth level of the guild is relatively uncharted territory for us.
I have my eyes on Terran to see his reaction to this.
He had been kind of just kind of lounging in his bunk up until that point, and then he kind of sat up as soon as Evander was mentioned, and he's worried.
Marin notices you worry and he says, Evander will be very essential in our attack against the cult, so rescuing him or retrieving him if he's just doing fine or caught up in some books will be very important for the future here.
We're just gonna find
Understood.
the library, just being like, "Look what I've learned, guys."
Yeah,
Entirely
fucker.
possible.
25 most boring facts.
Missile asks Marin if he has any idea at all what Evander may have uncovered that would keep him down there longer than is necessary.
It's impossible to know, but all of the other squads are busy or involved in defensive protocols concerning the cult, so I'm afraid you're the only squad available for such a mission. Would you be willing to go and find Evander?
A plume of smoke rises off of my armor, and I say yes.
Yeah, Damon says, we can leave immediately, Master Baron.
Heron is like already on his feet, like, "Yeah, we can do this."
Missile would ask for just a little bit of time to prepare.
Very well, but make haste. I will have one of the Silent Watchers escort you down to the 4th level.
Wagner stretches and says, alright, sounds great.
And then Marin walks away.
Oh, dang.
Missile would speak up and say, before we proceed with the mission, would I be able to have some time to infuse several items?
Go for it.
Yes, Golden and I have to go to the Hall of Gods and pray anyway.
Before you go, DeMarcus, then, you have that giant maul. I'm gonna infuse it with enhanced weapon, and that's gonna give you... Oh, I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah, so the way infusions work, for the most part, is that you are taking an item that is non-magical, and
Okay.
basically, through your infusion, giving it a magical property. And it doesn't
Right.
count, I think, as magical, unless it says so in the description. But the idea is that you're basically doing science to it to make it have a magic ability when it normally doesn't. But DeMarcus's maul is a +1 magic weapon, so...
In that case, let me see here.
Yes,
Could I give him enhanced defense? Is he wearing magic armor?
He is not wearing magic armor, so you could do that.
Let's do enhanced defense, so you get a +1 AC to your AC.
Ooh, thank you.
And then for Terran, I don't think I've like officially met you. Oh, I guess we did in the glade. But do you have a wand still?
I do, yeah.
John, could I do enhanced arcane focus on that, or maybe is he wearing a non-magic hat or robe or something?
He has a Wand of the War Mage +1, so I'm imagining it might do whatever you're already talking about.
Yeah. Terran, do you have a non-magic hat or robe?
Yeah, his robe isn't magical.
Let's do enhanced arcane focus on that, if possible, which would give you +1 bonus to spell attack rolls.
Would that stack with my War
I
Mage?
don't think so, because I think
Oh.
the wand is your focus, and then you can only have one focus that you're using for shit.
Can you do enhanced defense on my robe?
I could give you a damage resistance.
That'd be cool.
Let's see what kind of damage resistance. I guess... I don't know what kind of damage we would be taking down there, if any.
I already have cold and poison resistance.
You already have cold and poison. Would you like force, lightning, fire, psychic, radiant thunder?
How about fire?
Fire it is. Bingo.
Bingo,
Could
man.
Damon probably provide some information about what kind of damage the sentries or what we might bump into do?
Well, as far as you know, you have the ability to disable the sentries, but the sentries themselves do physical damage and... One second, let me check something. Actually, they do poison damage.
Oh,
Whoa.
he's got poison resistance.
Demon, do you tell that to all of us?
Yeah, I would share that with you, especially since we're, prepping.
Yeah,
Head
because
down.
I'm about to prep spells, so that'll be helpful. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would
Tara-
say, I don't know what else we'll find down there, but the sentries themselves attack with poison.
Taryn, you said you already have poison resistance?
Yeah. Well, like,
Okay.
from like a metagame perspective, he wouldn't have like told you guys that.
Oh,
But he would say he was like fire resistance.
okay. Well then, in a state of ignorance, we'll continue to give you fire resistance, I suppose. So carry on with that. And then DeMarcus, you have your enhanced defense.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Okay. So, is there anything else you guys want to do before heading to the 4th level?
No.
Marin does inform you that it is dark, that it is not lit. And that's like basically all they know.
Should we go to picnic?
Hang on. I can help us with that somewhat. Maybe not too much. I can do magical tinkering, and if we get 5 objects, tiny objects, we can each get 5-foot radius light. Or at least 5 objects can get a 5-foot radius of light.
Yeah, so just to metagame it a little bit, by default let you guys see 5 feet of light, just so that if you guys are in the dark, it's not like impossible to move around.
Okay.
So, and it's not you. Everybody, I mean, Damon probably has the light spell as a cantrip, as does Zolda, I'm guessing. A few people probably have light, so it's.
Yeah, I've got it.
So, anyways,
Got it.
that will be something you guys can just cast. I just wanted to let you know so that when I send you down there, it makes sense.
Roger that.
Okay. So, a Silent Watcher approaches you and escorts you down. And as you go down to the basement level 2, you see the war room that you were brought to before, where you had seen Malton Fairhall and Arvine and Tetherman and Marin when they had first explained to you what was going on under the guild. Down there you see it looks a little bit changed up. It seems like the disarray and all the things moved around in kind of big heaping piles has been ordered and cleaned up, and you guys see Malton Fairhall kind of sitting at the desk, a little bit more composed. He seems to kind of have a much clearer map built out of what he's seen. He doesn't really notice you as you're walking by. He's used to guild squads kind of walking past this area. As you descend into the 3rd level, you notice immediately that the quality and kind of cleanliness of the stone diminishes. You start moving into what feels a little bit more like an ancient crypt. There are a number of areas where it seems like the walls have been damaged through combat or battle, and there are a number of giant sentries which are broken and kind of shattered on the ground. This place has definitely not been cleaned up or tended to, and you get the feeling that this was kind of for a long time the cutting edge area of the guild, where the masters and various groups had been battling their way down to clear it out. Once you get to the door that leads down to the 4th level, you see 2 giant sentries standing in front of it. Each one of them looks slightly scraped, but totally fine. But they seem to be deactivated, or at least in a stance of no longer keeping people out. They stand kind of aside from the door, and their like eyes are lit up but green. And as you walk past, they don't get in the way at all. And the silent watcher does not seem to be afraid of approaching them at all. And is there anything you'd like to do?
Before we head in, I'm going. I say, well, I've prepared dark vision. So, does anyone want that buff before we go on in?
I believe I have that as a product of my race, so that should
Yep.
be fine.
It could be very helpful for me. I need to be able to see you in order to heal you, so if there's a way for me to not lose track of you, that would be good, probably.
Right. So I'll cast it on Izzy, and I guess I'll use another spell slot. On someone else, because I know when I wild shape, I get it. So.
Okay.
I guess I should maybe mention, I know exactly what like how close quarters we're gonna be in, but my sword sheds light for
Right.
light for like 40 feet and dim light for an additional 40. So we will have like a source of substantial light if it won't like burn us all down.
Okay. Is that also, there's like torches. If somebody wants to carry a torch, you could definitely do that.
I am going to cast Aid at 3rd level, though, just before we go in.
Okay.
John,
And... Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Are those sentries technological?
Yeah, they're constructs.
Could I run a history check on them to gain some information?
Yeah, absolutely. History check them.
Okay, and then add 6 to whatever this is. Oh, well.
No, it's good. It added the 8.
As per some feature that I have, Artificer's Lore, I add double prof bonus to history checks. So,
Got it. So you'd be adding 3, I believe, to it.
double proficiency bonus.
Right. Your
Add
proficiency bonus is +3 right now.
Oh, correct. Yes.
So, yeah, anyways, at a 24, yeah, you would be able to identify that... can you guys hear a lot of noise in the background? Sorry. I'm not sure if it's being picked
Not
up
a
on my...
lot.
Okay, Nat's listening to music and it's loud. Anyways, it's cool. Actually, one second, I'm going to ask her to turn it down real quick.
I also suggest before we start fighting stuff, a bio break.
A bio break.
Yep.
I like it.
To be down with all that trendy, hip, cool kid language.
I'll be right back. I have to get my phone charger.
Okay, sorry about that. Anyways, yeah, you are able to deduce that they are very strong. They're made with, like, super impenetrable metal. You get the feeling that they are, like, just to metagame it a little bit, very high CR, that, like, it would take a lot of very strong people to take something like this down. Mm-hmm. And so, that you saw a few of them already broken a bit, like, while you were coming through, and you finally made it to this door where the remaining, like, there are 2 remaining sentries, which are fairly still, like, totally fully functioning. You get the feeling that, like, whatever, if the guild was trying to get through this door, they were probably having a hell of a time getting past these things until Damon's basically unlocked these things for them.
That's awesome. Cool.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was just going to mention that this ought to be a fallback point if things get too sour, or if I'm wondering out loud if there's a way to have these 2 giant mechano men follow us.
Also from your research, just from your knowledge, you don't get the vibe that, like, without reprogramming them or something else, that you would be able to command them.
Ah, damn. Okay.
Do I do I know how to like reactivate them as a sort of like final option?
Yeah, you have like basically the code to turn them off and on, and the mode that they are at when they're on is basically just don't let something pass, regardless of its alignment.
Yeah, they'll kill anything that is in range of it.
Right, that just tries to get through. Yep.
Sweet.
Okay. So who's carrying a torch or casting light or something like that? Because I'm gonna make your token emit light.
Before we head in, I would suggest we take a short break. Take care of some things.
Like what? Sorry.
Oh, a short
Oh,
break.
like in life.
Yeah, in life.
Yeah. We can take a pause.
A life break. Okay.
A life break. My life is impeding upon this game, so I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, no worries. Let's break. Is 10 minutes okay or 15?
10 is fine.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, everybody.
Got it.
Okay. How's it going, everybody?
Hey John, I have a quick question. So I was just going through my spells, and I was like, is there something missing in all of this? And there actually is. So like, it's some of the stuff that I should have prepared like all the time isn't in here.
Oh.
Is there a way for me to add?
Yeah. So if you go to the
I
compendium, it's on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I
If you-
did that, but they were locked, and nothing happened when I like drug the icon in there.
Oh. What spells are you looking for? I can just do it quick.
Yeah, so we added like a special tool for my Hunter's Mark, but could we add Hunter's Mark into my spells? Because I'm going to forget that
I
have it.
see it in your spells. It's actually in there 3 times. 4 times.
That is how many times I probably just added it. Let me maybe sign out of this and back in. Maybe it's just going slow.
What are you doing? You're a dog.
Ooh, okay, so Hunter's Mark is in there. Is Misty Step in my second level stuff?
Misty Step is in there. Yep.
Oh, weird. Okay, it's not showing up.
So
here.
here's
Let
what
me
you
sign out.
probably did. You probably clicked on one of the filters up top that made it so you can't see those things. And my guess is what you clicked was the one that said action, because Misty Step and Hunter's Mark are both bonus actions, and so they wouldn't show up if you had that selected.
Shit. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's right. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It's a little confusing.
Yeah, no. That's super helpful. Thanks.
Anybody else got questions concerning character sheet stuff?
No.
I have a
No.
gameplay question, really
Yeah,
quick.
dude.
With dark vision, is the somewhat darkened stuff that I can see what that grants, or is there a way to change my visibility to accommodate that?
You basically see dim lit stuff for 30 feet. Like, that's what dark vision is.
Alright.
Everybody
That's
else just
basically what
sees
I'm seeing.
blackness. Yeah. So I have a little 5-foot aura of regular vision that technically you wouldn't have. So it would normally be like just dim everywhere. Somebody mentioned it on Reddit a long time ago that if you're doing this or Roll20, that if you have their vision set at 0, like, it's really hard to tell anything. So giving them 5 feet of normal vision, even when it's like pitch black, feels a lot more like it's hard as fuck to see.
Got it.
So yeah, I can change people's stuff. And then also, I was gonna say, like, is anybody casting light or carrying a torch? And then I'll set your token to emit light, and then everybody will be able to see better.
Assuming it's possible, Damon would have his sword lit.
Okay.
Sweet. Yeah. I cast Dark Vision on Isolde.
Got it. I cast 8 on DeMarcus, Damon, and Taryn, and I also wanted to make a note that when I prepared my spells, I prepared freedom of movement so it doesn't feel cherry-picked later.
Okay. Okay, yeah, no worries. I don't, I don't mind. Is everybody good to go?
Yeah.
That aid gives plus 10 HP as well.
Yeah, if you just equip the buff, it's in your tools.
Oh,
Matt.
Yeah. It should change your maximum HP rather than being temporary HP. But yeah, it's all in the buff.
Okay. So, you guys walk past these giant arcane golems, basically. and you walk down the steps into this even less curated, I guess, taken care of, maintained level. And you get the vibe from here that this, like, you're starting to feel like you're going back in time. Like, this is 1,500 years old at least, and it feels like it. And even more to that, there's like a level, like a layer of soot, and not soot, I guess, but like kind of like dirt, and it's got like an earthy smell in here. It almost smells like you're in the forest, but it's underground, so it's kind of musty, like old roots or something. And that's kind of confirmed by, like, when you look around, you see like mud and dirt and rocks kind of on the ground, and like twigs, which again feels very strange for like inside of a building. Yeah, so Damon's sword, we're just going to say, is, even if, I can't remember what we put on the limitations on it being on fire. Is it like for an hour or what?
It doesn't look like there's anything in the description about how long it lasts.
Okay. I'm just going to say that it can emit light, and then you can basically turn it on to do fire damage for like a limited amount of time. I might not have specified all of that shit in the description, so that's on me. I'll figure that shit out later, but for now, Damon's sword is out, and like flames are kind of like emanating off it, giving you torchlight, which is kind of shining down the hallway. In the air, there's like kind of like dust particles floating around. It's kind of, I wouldn't say foggy in here, but it just, I don't know, musky is kind of like the best description. What do you do? Oh, for the record, to the right is like that, this direction over here is where you guys came down from, and you're presented with kind of a fork, right? You can go to straight up, or you can go to the left, but to the left you can see that it just kind of like breaks off, that there's kind of like, it almost looks like a mud cave-in or something like that. Like you can't go that way.
The twigs and mud and stuff that's on the ground, does it look like it came in through this cave-in?
Not necessarily, but there are kind of like sticks and mud over there as well.
I'm gonna walk over and pick up a stick and run a nature check on it, just to see if I can gain any insight into why a stick would be several hundred feet beneath the ground.
Sure. You are not able to discern anything other than it is a stick, and it is in a state of decay. But from your, like, very limited understanding and with that roll, the only thing you can determine is, like, if this was a 1,500-year-old stick, it would be nothing by now. So the fact that it's still slightly stick-like, even if it's decaying a little bit, is strange.
I mutter, slightly stick-like, peculiar, and then I set the stick back down.
I ask, I say, Demon Missile, do you know where you're going down here?
I haven't a clue.
Could I review the nature of the mudslide, maybe stick, and see if I can...
Yeah, do a nature check.
To you, Demarcus, Damon would say something to the effect of, I don't know precisely, but it looks like north is the only way forward.
From that nature check, Vosner, you are able to determine that this stick, whatever tree it fell off of, it fell off it within the last 50 years.
Okay. Could I tell if it's like being carried in from the mudslide, or?
You don't think it came in from a mudslide. The rest of the mud is just like, kind of feels like cave-in.
sweet. Could I look up and see if there's anything that would lead to the stick getting here? Or look
You
around?
can, and it does not look like the stick came from the cave-in.
Okay. Yeah. Well, wherever this came from, it's well, within the past 50 years it's been here, but it's just strange. There's no way it could have got in on its own.
Just to be clear, this is the first level that looks like it's from 1500 years ago.
I wouldn't say the first. The last level you were just on, level 3, did have. I mean, it did look old. It's just you get the feeling that there's kind of this renovation process where Mirren and the other masters have kind of like slowly been taking over lower levels of the guild and converting it into like usable areas for the guild's operations, and this one has basically been completely untouched.
I see.
To Damon's knowledge, the level below this, level 5, where Damon actually spent 1,500 years and then 30 years of activity, is kind of in a similar state, but with no mud, no sticks, no anything else.
I would share that with the group that, as far as I know, the level below us doesn't have any of these signs of life from any point in time. So it's strange that they would be on this level and not lower.
That is strange. It kind of looks restless that like Evander's in danger and we're talking about sticks. It's like maybe we should move forward.
What was that? It was garbled.
DeMarcus agrees with Taryn and he says, yeah, let's get moving.
Okay.
Hip hip.
You guys can move your characters. I suggest moving them, kind of incrementally. And maybe maintaining a certain formation, though, that's kind of up to you. As you walk down the corridor, you come across this kind of like very muddy area where there's even like kind of like a fungus and a moss growing on the ground. It's a little bit damp when you step on it.
Do I recognize it?
You don't need to roll investigation for it because you kind of investigated it before. You just get the feeling that there's kind of an ecosystem down here somehow. Something is bringing in nature from the outside in some way or other.
I just say, well, it seems like something is allowing or bringing growth into here, so just be aware. Could explain the stick and maybe, I don't know, just be leery.
Have you ever spoken to Arcanus about the levels beneath the guild?
Not at length, but he said that there's something deep beneath the guild connected with Shadowfell. So,
Right.
and that my dreams are connected with that, but not necessarily about any floor in general. But I don't know, this is a surprise.
Well, then we should be careful, like you said.
Taryn wandering ahead by himself.
Yeah, it seems like Terran's urging you guys forward.
Yeah, that's what he's.
I'll be real close to Taryn.
Yeah, he's not interested in our nature talks right now.
Okay. As you walk down the corridor, you guys notice, Damon first, that to your right is a pool of water, a set of steps that leads down to an area that's got a pool of dark water in it. And in the pool of water, there are a number of corpses.
Ooh. Wait, did we pass it?
No, you haven't seen it yet. It's up near
Right
the
up
front.
at-
Damon would like yell to everyone that there's something up ahead, and then he would go examine the corpses.
Yeah, I would as well.
As you're yelling, who's got the highest passive perception?
Me.
Is it Isolde?
What is your
Isolde.
passive?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, passive perception is 17 for Vosner, 18. I guess Vosner would see it too. Right in front of you. So to the right, Damon is gesturing at some bodies on the ground. But directly in front of you, I don't think I can ping in this, can I? I guess maybe I'll... Well, okay, so just straight north. You see that where the wall gets kind of curved. Instead of it being like hard wall, it actually looks like it's made of like thick, like dense thicket of woods, like not traversable, like something has kind of grown in this area, and it seems like, you know, like almost like a whole bunch of trees have been grown like very tightly together in this tangle of almost like a thorn bush or something, just like super crazy gnarled brush. And out of that brush, Laurel, you see the reflection of light in a set of eyes for like a brief second, and Vosner, you see it too, and then it disappears, and you just kind of hear like a light, just like footsteps away.
Did the eyes look like large or like humanoid size?
Humanoid size.
Humanoid
I mean-
side. Like magical or like
You just saw a set of like yellowish eyes appear in that kind of thick tangle of branches.
okay. I just call out to everyone. We're not alone. Be on your guard. There's a set of eyes down ahead of us.
Yeah, I need to catch up because I don't see everything yet.
And kind of as you come around that corner, the rest of you can see the number of bodies sitting in the pool there.
Far away then.
You can just move up if you want.
So the place where we saw the eyes is like the northwest.
Yeah, kind of right where
here,
Vosner
or-
is.
All right. I check that out.
Okay, yeah, make a perception roll for Isolde.
I'll draw ready my staff just in case.
Yeah, you try to like look into the like thick branches and brambles, and you don't see anything. It just looks like a lot of like a thick tangle of like, you know, wood.
Does it look similar to my spiked growth when I cast it? Would I recognize this?
Kind of similar in that it's a tangle of plant material that may or may not have been put here through a magical growth spell, but it's really hard for you to discern if it grew naturally or was placed here. But it's that kind of material where it's like not it's grown so thick that you would literally have to cut it all down to traverse through it.
Sounds familiar.
If I may, I'd like to go no further than here and at least propose to the group that I set a snare in case we proceed in another direction and something nefarious comes out of this water. Perhaps it'll be snared and trapped.
Yeah, where do you want to set the snare?
Probably right where my token is right now.
Okay.
So let me do that so we can all see what's going on. I don't know which way we're heading, but since we're looking at that thicket, I assumed we'd be heading that way before we head this way, and so I was going to set a snare if we proceed in that other direction.
I don't know if we can move through the thicket. Can I check that first before we put the snare down?
Yeah, you don't get the vibe that you could traverse through it without like spending a great deal of time cutting through all of the thicket.
Missile would raise his eyebrows and say, "Wood burns, doesn't it?"
I suppose.
So,
But we are underground, so
true enough. Does
it may
the
not be the best thing.
do the laws of oxygen as a consumption of fuel for fires apply in this universe?
Yes, and
Damn.
you would definitely smoke out the entire level, probably.
All right, well, forget about it.
Can
Well-
I, while this conversation is going, investigate the bodies?
Yeah, roll a investigation check. Or medicine, depending on what you're after.
I mean, Damon's first move would have been to like check their wrists for the tattoos to see if they are avowed members of the cult.
Yeah, so for Taryn, you get the vibe that these things were killed within the last 2 weeks, and Damon, you do recognize that they are cultists.
So Demarcus is seeing Missile set a trap and speculate about causing a fire in an enclosed place. And Vosner and Isolde are just like looking at a bunch of plants, very alarmed. And he's going to ask Damon, are they cultists? He would have been very much on the same page.
They are.
Demarcus is now checking behind us and making sure no one like comes up, flank us.
They look like they've been dead for less than a couple weeks. This might be recent.
Are there any marks that suggest how they were killed?
Roll a medicine check.
Nope.
You are really unsure. There are like some of them are floating in water and look bloated, and so maybe Isolde thinks that they drowned, but that seems like a really unlikely thing. So you just keep that thought to yourself.
Yep, that's fair.
You're dead, Jim.
Are we going to walk through that pool to the other side, or
It's very shallow.
back the,
The passage
just posing
continues.
it to the group?
It seems like this place, this way, has been intentionally closed off. So
I do think that we should set the snare behind us, though, because I saw eyes through that thing, and something else might be able to come through it and come up behind us.
Agreed. Maybe I'll set it where Vosner's character is, if
Okay.
that's a good idea.
Yeah. We'll just say you set the snare there.
Is there any way that Damon's like familiar can get through to see like anything beyond it at all?
It's so tight that even an owl would have a hard time getting through it. Like, and it's kind of sharp and thistly, so you would worry a little bit like that it might hurt your owl.
Right on.
I left Paco in the barracks. You know, it doesn't seem like a good place for him.
What about Mortimer? Could he slither through there?
He could try.
No, never mind.
Yeah, he's less agile than the Damon's familiar, so I would.
Yeah. And he's my boy.
That's right. Okay, so you guys are at these bodies. Are you proceeding through the pool area?
Yep.
Taryn's gonna try to like skirt around the actual water and getting to the other side.
Sure. Yeah. Make an acrobatics check for me. Yeah, you try to, and you like your foot slips on some moss, and you fall into the water, kind of next to one of these bloated corpses, and nothing bad happens to you other than it's very gross.
Yeah.
Can I react and try to pull him out of the water quickly?
Yeah, you can help him.
Okay.
Do a
Yeah, I'll just try-
athletics, I guess.
Oh boy.
You got it, girl.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope,
so
nope.
he pulls you into the water with him.
Let's just get all this out of the way now.
Yeah, Vazner chuckles. And I just heave you both out of the water after you've fallen.
Gross.
You might want to watch for the rocks. They seem a little slippery.
At this point, I am already damp. I will just go through.
Okay. As you're walking through, Damon's sword like kind of lights the way, and you come into kind of a crossroads. And at this crossroads, you notice there is a door to your right, and it is there is a sign written in Netherese above it.
So am I able to read it?
You are able to read it, and it says the Osidon Library.
I will gesture towards the sign with the sword and say, "It seems as though the library is this way."
You hear a hoo-hoo-hoo from the rear of the crew.
Vosner.
Go ahead, Vosner.
No, I said Vosner doesn't look excited about a library, but he seems like this is what we've came for. This is what we've come for.
Yeah, hopefully Evander is there.
Damon's
When
gonna.
I was walking past the cultists, could I check if I could see? I would have glanced at them and tried to find out what kind of wounds they had or what maybe killed them. Could I medicine check it?
Yeah, you can do medicine. Yeah, you're able to determine that these Shadowblade, like these cultists, were killed by bludgeoning weapons. So, like, it wasn't spells and it wasn't slashing things. It was like something like a maul or a mace or a club killed these things.
Okay.
And let's see.
Damon is going to recommend that we try and clear these other passageways before passing through the door to the library.
Okay. Taryn, are you looking at the library door, or are you looking the area that you're towards?
The library door.
Okay. Okay. Vosner, you hear footsteps behind you, over to your left here, and very briefly something runs past your vision.
Oh.
And runs down the hallway.
There's something that just ran down that hall behind you, Taryn.
You say
Aaron
that,
turns around and looks. I assume he doesn't see anything because it's already gone. But
yeah, when you say that, DeMarcus kind of whispers to everyone since we're kind of like bunched up. He says, "Whatever killed the cultist killed them by smashing them to death."
Alright. Let's DeMarcus, you and I, let's cover the rest of everyone as we make our way into the library. So
I'll stay in the rear.
yeah, I'll like stay over here by this door so I can see down that door and halfway down this hallway, and you essentially got the other half and usher everyone into the library, I guess.
Agreed. Eamon and Taryn, you lead the way in.
will we better check out the other tunnels first to make sure nothing follows us, or are we going straight?
Damon suggested that we should at least like clear the other tunnels as far as we can before going to the library. But if everybody decides to go to the library, he's going to be like, whatever. That's the strategy then.
Yeah.
I mean, if Evander is just safe in the library, then he could help us.
Yeah, Taryn would want to check out the library first.
Yeah. let's go into the library first. At least we'll be a little bit more secure, and then we'll cover you guys as we go in.
Okay. As you approach the door to the library and try to open it, it doesn't budge. It appears to be locked.
Is it like a big gnarly door or what?
It's actually kind of a smaller door.
Damon would let DeMarcus know that the door is not opening and maybe he wants to try.
You guys
Yeah.
have the key.
So I ask Damon, do you think it's by magic or is it just locked?
I need to like do an Arcana check or something to determine that.
Yeah, do an Arcana check.
I use Flash of Genius to add 5.
Yeah, okay. You are able to determine that it is not like enchanted, like it's warded or something, like a spell would go off if you used it, but there is magic involved in making this door more reinforced.
It does not appear to be sealed with magic, but the lock is certainly strengthened with magic.
Marcus says, if we try to break this down, we will alert everyone to our presence. Do we want to look at the other passageways first, or do we want to just do this?
Missile speaks up and says, I have an idea, and flourishes his thieves' tools, and part of which is a lockpick, so I could try to pick that lock.
DeMarcus makes way for Missile and sort of beckons him to try that.
Doot. All right.
Okay.
So I double proficiency bonus with this as part of having tool expertise. But what skill check would that be?
Intelligence.
Ah, sick.
Damn. So cool.
Yeah.
Ah,
So it's that plus
3.
6.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So a 19. You are not able to break in.
Damn. Could
You are able to like determine that it is like a little bit. It's a very complicated lock. Like it's old and it's something that like you've having kind of dungeon delved quite a bit. You get the feeling that you would have to stay here for a very long time to crack it.
All right. And even if I Flash of Geniused something, probably still wouldn't get it.
It would take Flash of Genius and a large amount of time to crack it.
Got it. Forget about it.
It would be like methodically like cracking every aspect of it, rather than like a quick thing.
Okay. I come out and I say, well, I could do it, but we haven't the time to do it.
Marcus nods and he looks at Taryn and he asks, do you think that Evander is in there?
I don't know. He might have been smart enough to open it on his own, but it seems that if it's that secure, then if he's in there, he may not be in danger. And if he's out here with whoever beat the cultist to death, he may be. So maybe we should look around for him out here first, because that's where he'll be at the highest risk.
Agreed.
I admire Taryn for his rational and logical analysis of the situation.
Yeah,
He's a
DeMarcus.
very smart character.
Nods in agreement. All right. Be careful of predators.
Try to break
And then,
the door
like,
down.
after he says that, he realizes that, you know, he's just too much of a druid.
Which way are you going?
That's where the little critter ran.
This way?
Yeah.
All right.
Just for the record, just to describe things so you know what you're doing. The corridor to your left seems to stretch a ways down. In fact, Damon can see a very long hallway. In it, there are a number of like twigs and kind of rocks strewn about, big branches, and Taryn and Isolde and Demarcus, the room to your north is also like littered with, or it has water in it, kind of like the room to the south. But that room, you notice that there are some markings on the wall that seem to like have been put there, almost like cave drawings.
Ooh. I would definitely go check those out if we had time.
Of course.
I think Karen wants to go to where Vosner saw the guy.
Okay.
Yeah. And I would say, it went this way and to the right.
Okay.
And when Damon is moving, he keeps accidentally getting slightly farther ahead than he means to because he moves so much faster now.
Oh, nice.
I'm getting that the game is paused, so I'm watching everybody leave, but I can't move.
I've unpaused it.
Shit.
Can you move, Nate?
John,
I don't know why it's working again.
oh, there we go. Thank you.
Is it possible, John, just to catch a quick glimpse of what those are before I follow the group?
Yeah, you fall behind. Do a investigation roll.
Wow. While
You-
she's doing that, could I see if there's any tracks after? Sorry.
Yeah, one sec. So, Isolde, you notice that there are, like, almost like primitive cave drawings on the wall, and there's almost like a tally system written up on the wall, but you, well, I guess, what languages do you speak?
Oh, gosh.
It looks like Dwarvish, Celestial, and Primordial.
Yes.
And it's not in a language you know.
Could I flash of genius from far away and say, "Look closer," and see if that gives us
That's
some
not.
insight?
We won't fly.
Yeah, so like RP wise, Demarcus wouldn't have walked away from Izzy over there. He would have stayed behind with her. Do I recognize anything? I have Abyssal and Infernal in common.
It is not abyssal, nor is it infernal.
It
Okay.
is probably that. Can I at least tell that the symbols look similar to what's on the library door?
No, it is totally different from the library door.
Ooh. All right.
Oh, too bad I'm not over there to look at it. Because I have some languages too.
Yeah, I think between all of us, we.
Is where I'm standing with like the southern part of that bend, is that like the same kind of like thicket as the
Yes.
northern
Yeah.
part of the last one?
Yeah, it's the same thick brush.
I'll try my best to catch up with the group with Demarcus.
Would Damon be able to tell that, like looking at that based on like just the area they've covered, there's like 10 feet or whatever that separates where they saw the eyes and where they're standing now?
Yeah, you could kind of deduce a blueprint, so to speak.
Okay. So then he might be interested in seeing like if like it became necessary if he could easily like cut through that stuff and like create a new opening.
Just like quick calculation, you get the feeling that it would take a lot of time and effort to cut through that, or powerful magic.
While we're waiting for everyone to catch up, I see if I can pick up any of the tracks that from the little critter that ran by under the light.
Yeah, do investigation. Or maybe survival? You pick, I guess. You're tracking an animal or a creature.
I guess it's more of a survival thing. So.
And Izzy said that the like runes you saw were distinctly different from the runes indicating the library.
Yeah, the ones in the library are very elegantly written in Netherese, and the ones on the wall to the north looked like very like Neanderthal cave drawing shit. Like it was, but there was some script written, but you couldn't she didn't know what it was.
Could I see how many tallies there were?
A lot. Like the whole room was covered in like
Ooh.
writings and stuff.
Yeah, I'll communicate that to the group.
Missile is properly terrified at the possibilities.
Vosner,
Marcus said it wasn't anything inherently evil.
Vosner, you do notice footprints in the, or at least some sort of print on the ground. It's not like a foot like you normally have seen. In fact, it's kind of like a print you've never seen, but you do notice fresh tracks, and actually a great deal of them. And actually, you do get the footprints as well of a humanoid.
Like a boot or like a barefoot?
Like a boot, like a shoe, a slipper maybe.
Cool. A slipper. Well, it seems like a whole host of those little creatures. I'm not exactly sure what they are. And then what looks to be, it could be Evander heading in this direction. We should be wary, but we should move with a little bit more purpose.
Following the boot prints?
Following the boot prints.
You want to lead Vosmer then?
Sweet. I'll have Damon. I'll walk with Damon ahead.
Okay.
With my staff in hand.
Okay. As you're walking down the hallway, Damon, you notice in front of you, there's another fork ahead, and at the left of the fork, it's kind of like hits a wall. It's like a Y split, I guess. You can go left or right, and at the fork to the left, you notice that there is a kind of strange green light emanating from the hallway. This is the first light you guys have seen down here, and you can only, it's hard to see because you've got this big bright flaming sword in front of you, but you do notice there is some green light up ahead.
Damon is going to slow down and try and creep forwards slowly and stealthily, and he's going to be silently very grateful for the lighter armor.
Yeah, why don't you roll a stealth check for me? Yeah, so you have a giant flaming sword, which is not helping your cause, which is kind of showing light down the hallway, and you try to kind of ease up on your footsteps maybe, but you get the feeling that you're stepping on twigs which are kind of breaking, and it's not super stealthy.
So Demarcus says to Missile to go ahead, and Demarcus will bring up the rear because whatever crushed those shadow blades would squash you in an instant.
Yeah, Missile does not look offended in the slightest, and yeah, we'll gladly move up.
I will relay to the rest of the group that there is a strange greenish light coming from the left up ahead. But that I can't really make out a source or any other details without mostly exposing myself.
And I'll look for which direction the boot prints head off to. And make a note of the fresh prints, which way they headed off to as well.
Okay, so Damon, as you're coming around the corner, you are very cognizant of the fact that your sword is emitting quite a bit of light and is already kind of shining a slight bit of light into that room to your left. And you hear, kind of far away, a voice saying, "Hello? Is that somebody here?" And then you hear a thunk, and you hear him go, "Ah!"
Do I recognize the voice? Is it Evander?
Have you met Evander? I can't remember.
I think I for sure have at least met him briefly when Taryn first made it back to the guild. We were innocent together.
Okay, then I'll say, yeah, that you recognize the voice to be Evander.
I will try and relay that I hear Evander up ahead, primarily directing it at Taryn.
Okay. Does anyone in your group speak Sylvan?
Leoward did.
Could he help us from beyond?
I don't think I have that spell.
Okay. So
I'm in Druid Elvish.
So you hear some kind of strange, guttural, kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of a gruff language, very short, a lot of like monosyllabic sounds, in sort of a strange discussion with Evander, who seems to be like pleading with somebody, and it doesn't seem to be going well for him.
Not good.
And
I said,
everybody to keep moving forward, like faster.
I encourage Damon to move forward so we can get.
I guess like Damon especially, like kind of recognizing that they're going to be aware that at least an individual is approaching, is going to announce that he's going to enter whatever chamber they're in.
Okay. So you say, like, I'm coming in, basically, out loud in common?
Yeah, I will say out loud in common, Master Evander, we are coming to speak with you. Please inform whoever you are with that we do not intend to cause anybody harm unless absolutely necessary.
He says, yeah, good luck with... And then he gets hit again.
Oh.
It kind of sounds like whoever... Every time he tries to talk, somebody hits him with a club. And, as you... I guess Damon's the one stepping into the room. Whoa, what the fuck just happened to my lights?
Whoa!
It just broke. All my lights broke.
You're broke.
How many DMs does it take to fix a light problem?
Boo. Fuck.
When he heard Evander get hit again, Taryn would have rushed forward.
Okay. So, here's what I'll do. Motherfucker. I don't know why I did that. What's the lighting look like for you guys? Can you see a bunch of shit now?
No, it looks the same as before.
Oh. Well.
I could see from my point of view, like, the green light broken.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Sort of like I'm viewing into the room, but like the darkness or the fog of war and the green light are being revealed as I in my line of sight.
Yeah. Weird. Well, whatever. It's fine. It's broken on my observers thing too, I think. Yeah. I fucked something up. I moved Damon myself physically and it ruined everything. Alright, well, regardless. Damon, I'm gonna say Damon walks into the room first, comes down the stairs a little bit, and then Taryn quickly behind him. As you walk into the room, Damon, the scene in front of you is a room full of mud and grass and water, and in the center, kind of western corner of the room, there is a large green portal which is emitting kind of a faint green light into the room, which is the only source of illumination other than your very bright flaming sword. At the north part of the room, you see Evander, who has been tied up and has been beaten up quite a bit. He's kind of bloodied and bruised. And in front of him stands a figure that is about 6 feet tall, standing in mud and water, who seems to be made almost entirely out of tree bark. He's carrying a large wooden club that doesn't seem to be any material distinction between that and like one of his arms, which is also a giant wooden club. And he's kind of covered in moss and like leaves and even like mushrooms and flowers that are growing off of him. And as you enter into the room, he kind of like stands closer to Evander with his club over Evander's head, and he says something to you that you do not understand.
As I guess I'm entering the room, I would be like readying web to try and like pin this thing down and keep it from escaping or moving or making it to the portal or whatever it might decide to do.
Okay. So you can move into the room if you want. I've unpaused it. Yeah, fuck it. Like totally ruined the green light. I don't know what happened.
Terran's behind Damon then?
Yeah, the pause is lagging for me, but I'm directly behind Damon.
Alright.
Oh, there's the green light.
Yeah, I fixed it.
There it is. Oh, no, I'm green.
Ew, creepy.
You're creepy.
It's like a Goosebumps episode.
Yeah, bro.
So
The vibe I was
I'll
going for is goosebumps.
follow after Terran as well.
Damn it. It broke again on my screen.
Yeah, it broke as soon as I moved, so I wonder if it has something to do with.
Yeah,
like
you emitting light. Oh, yeah, because you're emitting light. Here, let me turn that off.
Yeah, I would maybe even like dismiss the flame as a like gesture to this thing that I'm not trying to come in here and start carving everything up and burning it down. We're just here for Evander.
Yeah, sorry, let me try to fix this shit. There we go.
Ooh.
Spooky. Yeah, good shit. Okay. So as you walk into the room and you say, something to the effect of, I don't mean any harm or whatever, the kind of stick person in front of you just keeps saying something to you in a language you do not speak. And Evander, quickly says, does anybody speak Sylvan? And he gets hit on the head with a club.
I don't think I have it prepared.
Nope.
So, I don't speak Sylvan, but I could communicate with this thing through sending. It says in the small print that the creature hears the message in its mind, can answer in a like manner, and that manner is that the spell enables creatures with intelligence scores of at least 1 to understand the meaning of your message.
Okay.
As soon as he sees him hit Evander again, Terran's gonna cast Hold Person.
Ooh.
Game changer.
Okay. You try to cast Hold Person, and use the spell slot, I guess, and it has no effect on this creature, which sees you cast a spell and yells something and hits Evander again on the head. And he goes, "It's not a person!"
I grab onto Terran and I say, "Patience. Just let's figure this out first."
From where I am, because I don't want to get too much closer yet. Damon's going to try and see if he can identify any injuries that Evander has sustained and whether or not they are serious or whether this thing is just sort of whacking him to keep him quiet.
Yeah, so as you get closer, I've displayed his health bar. You can tell that he's not necessarily on death's door, but these hits have hurt. The flaming sword, by the way. Oh, did you put that away? I forgot.
I wouldn't have put the sword away, but I would have used its name to dismiss the flame, so it's just a +1 greatsword right now.
Okay, yeah, so it's not a menacing looking thing to it right now. Okay.
I will. Damon's going to take another step closer and see how this thing reacts.
As you do, he seems to hover to hit Evander, and he seems to kind of go behind Evander, he's going to use him as a meat shield.
Damon will raise the hand that's not holding the sword up to his chest level and say, "We mean you no harm."
He waves his stick at you angrily.
Can I identify anything about whatever this entity is, or do I know anything about it at all?
Do a nature check. You are able to determine that it is a plant-based sentient thing.
With that in mind, I guess I would turn to the group and ask what they think we should do, particularly maybe looking at Vosner to see if he has any ideas that might come from his more specialized knowledge.
If I had it prepared, I would try and use Speak with Plants. But I don't have that. Would I know what it is? Does it look like the tree thing from
Summer Acorn?
Yeah, does it look like Summer Acorn?
It doesn't look like Summer Acorn in size. Summer Acorn was clearly a treant, but it's kind of a similar situation.
I would say, well, it obviously is intelligent, so there's probably a way to communicate with it, but I'm not equipped with that spell today. Kind of look at you.
I could try to communicate with it, but it is not... I wouldn't be able to speak its language, but it could understand our meaning, and I could understand its meaning, roughly. But it is difficult magic, so we should be sure that it's worth it.
Well, I think at this point, if we don't want to harm anyone else, might be a worthy spell to use.
And what should I say?
That probably mean it no harm, and we've come for our friend under that he has. And if you have enough magic, maybe why it's here.
I will cast Sending, and I will say, we are only here to take that man back to where he lives. We mean you no harm. We will leave you alone as long as you give him to us.
you can see your message is getting through to this strange creature on the corner of this map. And he pauses for a bit, and he seems very surprised that words are being spoken into his head, and it takes him a long while to figure out exactly what's going on, though he sees kind of you casting the spell across the room and sees like the words and kind of like puts it together because he recognizes you, and so he sees that it's you doing it. And his response... Hold on. I'm gonna figure out how I want to do this.
I really will only get like kind of like the gist. It's not like I'll hear.
Okay, yeah, that's
phrasing.
helpful. You get the gist that he wants you to leave, that he does not like fire, and he's very upset by Damon, and he that if you do anything bad, he'll beat you up.
Okay. Nothing about his captive there?
Nothing really. It's kind of vague.
Yeah, Izzy looks a little bit like, almost like she has brain freeze, like this is hard for her to comprehend what's coming back into her head. And she says, he just wants us to leave, and we are both intimidating to him because of Damon and potential fire. But also he says if we don't leave, he will beat us up.
And as you're saying that, you can see Evander have some sort of idea, and he looks at the rest of the group, and he kind of like winks at Taryn and holds up a hand that's a little bit kind of like don't do anything crazy, and then he touches the wooden creature, who responds by clubbing him over the head. And as he's being touched and as he clubs Evander over the head, you hear this wooden creature go, "I told you not to touch me!" And then he kind of like looks up at the rest of your group and says, "Did you just understand me?"
Yes.
I nod
Um,
very slowly.
Taryn, make an Arcana roll for me. Yeah, okay. You're able to determine that Evander, in exchange for getting clubbed over the head, just cast tongues on this creature, who now has the ability to understand any language, any spoken words outside for an hour.
Sweet.
Taryn kind of nods as he figures out what just happened.
Sweet. I say, we've come for our friend over there. We don't wish to harm you with any sort of thing. Though we do wish to take him back from here.
He says, "How did you get in here? The door's been sealed."
Well, we had our means to get into here, but we wish to take him out through there.
He looks inquisitively for a while and says, "No one is supposed to enter or leave the druid's room. This is the rule."
I perk up. I say, druids? I'm a druid. And I step forward a little bit. I don't have the cantrip druid craft, but if I did, I would probably make something flower. Darn. What do
Can
I
you
have?
change your cantrips? You've definitely used that before.
Yeah, you can prepare different spells.
But
Yeah.
cantrips?
I think so.
Cantrips?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how druids work.
I can't.
You better not be cheating, Gert.
No. Let me see if I have anything.
So, after you say that, he says, "A druid. Well, you will meet the master druid when he returns. You must all wait."
Could we have our friend at least? Just to heal him?
No.
Great.
If I come a little bit closer, is it okay if I heal him? He looks a bit hurt.
No one casts spells until the druid returns.
I asked him, when was the last time you saw the druid?
And, you see him doing a lot of math in his little plant head. And he responds, "It's been about 1,000 years."
Damon is going to ask, "You've been here for 1,000 years."
And you guys see out of like the wall another figure appear, and he says something in Sylvan, and then the main guy who you've been talking to the whole time says, "Oh yeah, about 1,500. You're right."
I just had something dawn on me. I could prove that I'm a druid, and I make a thorn whip out of the casting material. I don't whip it at anyone, but I just sort of elongate it and show that I have druidic powers as a cantrip.
One of that figure who just showed up kind of comes over, and he looks interested in it, and he says, "Get back, Jeremy." And Jeremy falls back.
The appearance of another thing like alarms Damon a little bit, and so he's now a little bit more concerned with like getting what they came for and getting out as quickly as possible. So he's gonna turn to the portal and see what he can learn from that before this either devolves into combat or a retreat.
Yeah, make an Arcana check on the portal. Yeah, you are able to determine that this portal leads to the Fae, and it is pumping out a lot of energy into the room, and it seems to be the thing that is like causing the plant matter in this room to grow and to have life and sustain itself.
Can I do a perception check? Taryn seeing the second one just kind of like appear out of the wall is going to look really intently to see if he can see any more of these guys.
Yeah, make a perception roll.
Ooh.
It's the green light and the dense foliage that kind of surrounds the edge of this room makes it hard to tell. You get the feeling, though, that if something wanted to hide in the kind of walls, as it were, of this area, they would have an easy time doing it without you being able to see them.
So, are we going to wait like another 1,000 years? Or are you expecting the druid to come back today?
The druid will return when he returns.
Damon will
Missiles.
say, the majority of us do not have another 1,000 years to wait.
Well, I don't know what to say.
Does your master need to speak to a vendor for some reason?
The master does not know this person.
But you want to show him to your master?
All captives are shown to the master.
And when was the last time you saw him? Like, where was he going?
He points to the portal.
I see.
DeMarcus is standing, keeping guard, basically, with his back to everything, just listening, and he kind of turns and he says, "Are you the ones that killed those men in the water?"
Bad men.
"And you're a friend to me, sir. There are enemies, too."
And he says, everyone is enemy to the druid.
Having investigated the portal and feeling like he's done what he can do, and knowing that he agitates these things, Damon is gonna start moving away to try and ease tension.
Okay.
Tension is also relieved from Missile's face now that Damon is safe.
I'm going to say that if the druid tasked you to guard this place, it's in danger of more of those men in there who seek to do you harm. We seek not to do you harm. So, hopefully we can help you protect this area, but first we need our friend to take him away from here.
He says, not worried, not strong.
Marcus says, "But we need our friend to help us kill the bad men."
Yeah.
Your friend must wait for the druid.
Is there anyone else who lives down here with you?
And he says, friends of the druid.
The other room, those drawings, did you do those?
Maybe.
I see.
Inside check.
Inside check away.
We need the truth.
He was lying, he did all of them.
And I looked knowingly at Isilda. So.
She assumed as much.
Well, we know that this place is in a larger structure. So we promise not to let him leave this structure. Will you let us take him and then you can bring the druid to us?
Anyone who enters the druid's chamber cannot leave the druid's chamber.
Except for other druids.
Only the druid.
Could I say that I am the druid?
You are not the druid.
I ask him how many druids he knows.
One druid.
And then I say, well, here I am. One druid out of all of these people.
Make a persuasion roll.
Yes.
I am the second coming.
I am a druid.
I'm gonna. Well, no, never mind. I was gonna flash of genius, but that's not gonna help.
He squints at you and says, "Not the druid."
Damon asks, "Does this druid have a name?"
And he goes to say it, but then can't seem to recall what it was. And you hear him yell out to his friend, "What was the druid's name again?" And this guy over here says something, and he's like, "No, it's not that." And then another wood creature says something else in Sylvan, and he goes, "That sounds right. It might have been Twiggy." And then a third one pops up and says something in Sylvan. He goes, "Oh wait, no, you're right. That's your name. Sorry. Douglas. It's been a while."
And I'm saying, I'm a druid.
Taryn asks them, it seems that they've forgotten a lot about this druid. How would they know if he came?
I've come here to see my friend. And I look at whatever his name is, Evander.
And he says, "Not druid."
Missile asks, "What if your druid isn't coming back?"
Druid says, "Come back."
But it's been so long, you'd think that if he were coming back, he would have already. Maybe something waylaid him, like he can't get back to you.
And for the first time, he kind of lets his guard down, and you can tell that now he's maybe a little worried.
Like, I'd assume there's a lot of dangerous things on the other side of that portal. Like, it could be pretty bad. Like, protecting this room is obviously very important, but, like, maybe someone needs to go check on the druid if he hasn't been back here for so long.
And these, like, twig creatures all kind of come towards the group, and the kind of leader of the group who's been talking to you says to them, "Yeah, what if he's like hurt in there and we should get him?" And then they all start talking in Sylvan, and the main guy who has tongues cast on him so you can understand what he's saying is kind of chiming in back and forth as they discuss it.
Taryn, just hearing him, keeps going with, "You guys, since you're able to take down a master like Evander, are obviously very powerful. You guys are probably the only ones who can help him."
And he thinks about it for a while, and he says, "We have decided that maybe you're right. We will think." And then they all just kind of stand around thinking for a little while.
I notion to Taryn and Izzy to go over, and I hold my position.
To go over where?
To Evander.
And they don't seem to notice you, like, going over to approach him, and Evander's kind of giving you the, like, hold up, don't, like, this might all work. And the main guy turns to you and says, "We have decided to go through the portal to see if he's over there. Don't leave this room." And the four of them all go and hop through the portal one by one.
Nice. I say, run! Like, to the library.
Do I know how to seal this portal?
You absolutely do.
I will maybe look to Evander as like a seniority figure and ask if he thinks I should close this portal.
Evander, who's finally like able to talk and is freed from like his like net that he's been put in, basically that was all brambles and stuff, says, "All right, well done, guys. Yeah, so yeah, if you can close that, that'd be great. I'm pretty sure they'll be stuck in there forever anyways. Yeah, wow, all right. Glad I cast tongues on those guys. That would have been rough trying to, you know, work out with just grunts and hand gestures."
Agreed. And I will cast Cure Wounds on him.
Awesome. How much do you heal him for? I guess you can target him and do the thing.
Yeah. I gotta do the thing.
Vosner feels disappointed at his ruse, but realizes he's too honest to be tricksy.
That's all right. That was a good idea. Yeah, okay. So you heal Evander up, and he's like, "Ah, very grateful, thank you. I've been down here for way too long with these people. So, you guys ready to go check out the library?"
Yes,
sure,
as long
yes.
as you're feeling okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, feel pretty good. Those sticks did hurt, but you know, sticks and stones can break your bones. And he winks at you.
So
And
the
words
other
are
side
in
of that-
libraries.
Nice.
Yes, the other side of that portal, you said they will probably be stuck there forever?
Yeah, it's
Why?
the Fae, so they'll be in the Fae wilds for a long time.
Oh,
I imagine the master that they serve has been long dead in the Fae for thousands of years.
oh.
I turn to Damon after he's finished closing the portal and ask him if his former master knew or had any allies like a druid.
Damon is like clearly a little sad at the reminder of the fact that like his master has been long dead, and he was also stuck down here for like 1,500 years. But when Osner asks him that question, he stands up a little straighter and says, "My master had many powerful magical allies, several who came here to work with him. If they had given me a name, I may have been able to tell if they were waiting for someone with which I had acquaintance."
Was one of them a druid, from your memory, or no?
"I do not remember. I only know that none were named Twiggy."
That's a safe bet. I mean, you know, I've met druids with worse names, but Twiggy doesn't.
It is also worth noting that primarily his allies were fellow wizards. No druids standing in.
Gotcha. Could I see, like, knowing that there's, or there was a druid, could I look for any druidic carved in the walls or something?
There's no druidic available. This area is so overgrown and has gone through literally thousands of seasons and is basically like totally different from the basically direct access to that Fey portal or Fey Wilds portal, so that it's really difficult to discern that this was at one point anything but just this kind of earth that it is now. It's kind of decomposed all of and modified and turned back to nature all of the stuff in this part of the room.
Bosner is really digging this room, but you know.
Yeah, it actually kind of gives you the vibe that you got when you would go to Tetherman's Glade, where Master Marin had worked with him to basically make like a naturally enclosed like pool, and like there were stars above, and there was all arcane tricks basically, but it was kind of the same effect where there was a great deal of nature like alive and living inside of a building.
We'll have to talk with, or I'll have to talk to Tetherman about this place. Would be fun to come back here. Anyway, do I see any more of those little footprints from the other creatures that I've seen in here?
Yeah, you see all their footprints around. It seems like they spend a lot of time in this room. In fact, you see like a lot of like strange makeshift things that they've made, tools and like weapons, and some things look like maybe toys that they made out of their own twigs and sticks. Yeah.
Okay. None fresh.
No, nothing fresh. And Evander turns to you. I can't actually remember what Evander's voice was. I think Tim played him once, and it might have been British. I can't remember. I should have looked that shit up.
It was very excitable.
Was it British?
Yeah. No, but he was just like a very excitable kind of nerd dude.
Oh, okay. Okay. Anyways,
they let him out of the library, and then he like set fire to something. So yeah.
Wait, what? He did?
What?
I don't remember that.
Right. Isn't that when we first met Evander? He's like, yeah, let's go free these people, and he like blew up half the stuff.
Yeah, he fucked up that orc outpost.
Yeah, he fucked up an orc outpost, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
He's one of the younger masters, so he's a little...
Yes. Okay, so he watches Damon close the portal, and he's like, "Oh, marvelous! That's a great spell you have there."
Marcus looks back and says, "We should go and be careful because the cult knows where this floor is, and there's no telling what the portal being closed and the guardians being gone from this room might trigger."
Damon, like if the portal would like theoretically have like if that was what was casting the light and so we were in darkness again, like as soon as we were going to be in a dark area, Damon would relight his sword.
Okay, that's what I just was doing. So yeah, the portal closes and the whole room goes dark, and Damon's sword erupts in light again, casting it across this room.
Once I've relit the sword, then I would turn to Master Evander and say, "Thank you, Master Evander. I could show you how to do it if you would like."
Oh, well, it's a different kind of magic that I'm used to, but I'm sure we could talk about it. Shall we go to the library?
Absolutely.
Okay, so he leads you down the hallway back to where you came from, and while you guys are walking, you don't have to like actually physically move, I'll take you there. While you guys are walking, Evander is going on and on about how he's been in captivity for a day and how he cast tongues on himself right away to talk with them, and he learned a great deal about their culture. Apparently, they've been stuck down here for like a long time and have developed their own sport. And the current running score was like a score of 12,000 to 10,000 of some game that they've been playing forever. And Evander got to watch them play it, and it was fascinating. And yeah, that they were just like basically sentries who were left at a post for an indefinite time and wouldn't die because of the Fey portal.
Dope.
It's kind of cruel.
And they beat the shit out of those Cyric people with their clubs.
And I asked if they mentioned any direction that they came from.
What do you mean? They came from this room?
The cult of Cyric folk.
Oh, the cult of Cyric. Yeah, he would have just said that they came from the lower level, which he could point you to. There's a set of stairs that you guys actually kind of walked past. And it's my fault I didn't really describe it, but there was a set of stairs that led down to the 5th level it was relatively unguarded from this side, and they must have like gotten through. But yeah. Okay, so you guys are walking to the library, and when you get to the door, Evander looks to you guys and says, "Yeah, I wasn't exactly sure what to do. I don't have a key for this."
I look at DeMarcus and say, "Isn't your thing a key?"
Yeah, I look to Evander and I ask, "Shall I try to break it down?"
Didn't Missile say that if he had enough time, he could work it out?
I think it was too much time.
I mean, I'd say you could crack it in like a half hour,
Right, like now that we're not scared for Evander.
or maybe about an hour.
If somebody wanted to sing an hour-long song, I could just pick it.
Yeah, whatever Evander wants to do. If he thinks breaking it down is a good idea, I'll do that. But otherwise, we should let Missile try to pick it.
He says, "Well, I'm excited to get in there, but well, I do imagine breaking it down could I don't know, make a great deal of noise. Let's think."
The time for thinking is later. And I'll set to work picking it.
Okay.
And maybe Mortimer can help out, poking and prodding.
Is there any purpose to exploring other areas of this floor?
Evander responds, "Well, I actually thoroughly investigated a lot of it until they jumped me. It appears there's not much else going on in this floor. This was the, enclave, I suppose, for the Druids, who once occupied this area. This floor was mostly split between them and the library."
Finding out that there's not really much else to investigate, it's just going to sit down.
Okay.
I'm gonna look for any sort of druidic markings if there's any throughout the floor.
Yeah, so eventually, if you kind of walk around the entire floor and explore, you find evidence of these kind of plant creatures living here and, having kind of claimed different rooms. One of the rooms is directly north of you, and it seems to be full of that guy's possessions. And then you find a room that you assume is probably the druid's chambers, but it's all so old and kind of overgrown and covered in mud that you're not able to discern much. And I'm just gonna fast forward if you guys want to. Missile.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast guidance on Missile to help him do it faster.
Okay, so
Yay.
that plus Flash of Genius, plus a long time, we'll just say that you're able to crack open the door. And when you do, let me see, load up the library.
If he were to announce that he was close to done before finishing, Damon would get up and move more towards the front of the group as the door was closed.
Okay. So let's see. I forgot if I have any. Did I not put music to this? I better add some good music.
What's good library music?
I know, that's a good question. Some of the goodest
Deafening
questions.
silence.
I fucked up my music earlier. Okay, I've got it. Okay, so stop this. Plus I have to throw all of you on this screen. Hold on. Some nice cheery music. Okay. Okay, can you guys see?
Yep.
It is dark all around me.
I'm still low.
Yeah, it's dark because it's dark in the room. Damon, are you still glowing your sword?
I would have, unless like as we entered, I could tell like there's just lots of easily flammable stuff in here. Like we're entering a library with lots of dried up old books. I probably would put it out.
If he puts out his sword, I'll just cast light on it.
Okay, so he puts out the sword, Terran casts light on it so it glows without it being on fire. And you guys walk into the room. And what you see is kind of a disorganized scene. The ground in here is not covered in mud. It doesn't look like anybody's been in here for maybe 1,500 years. And there's a lot of books that are kind of sitting out, like somebody had gone through a lot of them at one point and left them kind of in a state of just being like completely strewn about. Papers are kind of flown on the ground, and there's nobody in here.
I will go to this nearby desk and see if I recognize any of the books.
You recognize that they're all written in Netherese.
Of which I'm an expert in.
Are you an expert in Netherese? I can't remember.
My
Read the thing.
background was I was a scholar of Netherese automaton.
That's right. Yeah, so you can read it.
Yay!
In front of you is just like a treatise on like some obscure thing that you're not like super interested in. It's not like a great book. It seems like it was just left
I toss
open.
it aside.
And as it hits the ground, like it lets off a huge thing of dust and kind of like makes a loud thud, and you hear a very strange shh.
I know that sound. Someone is shushing us.
And then you hear
I hustle back to the group and I say, I've been shushed many times. I know that sound well.
Is there an undead librarian in here? I look around for signs of life, if anything.
yeah, make a perception roll.
Damon is keeping web at the ready just in case anything
Come on.
out at him.
Yeah, you can't. You don't see shit.
Find my route. So much
And
dust.
Evander looks at Missile and he puts his like finger up to his mouth, like the be quiet sign, and he looks like alarmed, and you can tell that he is like on edge. And he kind of like used like a hand motion to like fan out and search the room.
Where's DeMarcus? I'm sticking neck close to him.
Where did Isolde go?
I'm gonna stay in here, like, watching.
Oh. I'll venture out.
Oh.
Do I see anything on Shadowfell, or is it all in a language I can't understand?
It's all in a language you can't speak.
Taryn, while he's looking around, is going to kind of peruse the bookshelf to see if there's anything not in Netherese, since he speaks Elven and Draconic. Like, those are also ancient languages, so he figures maybe there's something else.
Yeah, you find a few things that are in Draconic. Some of it's just like simple stuff like a cookbook, and some of it is just like histories of, and then it's like some place you've never heard of, an empire that's probably no longer around.
He'll
Are
kind of
there
like
any?
pull out the book from the bookshelf, so it's kind of sticking out, but like leave it.
Ooh.
As we're
Are
running,
there
I'll
any
start
like
comes to
prayer
the
books?
store.
There prayer books? If there are, you haven't found any.
That's fair.
as we're looking for like whatever made the noise, Damon is also keeping his eyes peeled for like anything that he might want to add to his spell book or anything that might be of interest magic wise, and is also trying to see if he can like discern any type of organizational paradigm to any of the information in here.
Okay. Yeah, so you're able to discern that there's like clearly a section marked for history. There's clearly a section marked for like nature, like biology kind of studies. There's a nature for magic that seems to be, if like you look up on the wall and there's a reference to arcana, and it seems to be at the door of the back of this room, which is unopened. And yeah.
I check if the door is locked.
It's unlocked.
Sorry. Vosner will cautiously open the door.
And you hear a creak and kind of a shrill scream, and all of a sudden a number of figures start to appear and rush towards you.
Eep!
From the door or like out of the walls?
Are they rushing towards us or Vosner?
Towards all of you as a group.
Oh no, what is that thing? That is a nightmare. Why did you do that?
You know what? He would have done it.
Yeah, that's
Makes
true. Oh, I wasn't blaming you, I was blaming John for sticking wraiths on us.
No initiative.
Gross. Those are so disturbing.
And
Where's the initiative?
okay, you guys got your shit ready?
No, where's initiative? Where's the roll for that? Dinner skills.
Encounter? You don't have to click anything. You just have to
I
go up to the counter. And...
The automatic thing didn't roll our initiative.
Come
Right.
on, 3? Jesus.
All right.
You sure we're rolling initiative?
Honest.
Okay. So, all of a sudden, around you, through the bookshelves, all these figures start to kind of like appear, and at the front desk, this like ghost figure comes flying through a bookshelf towards DeMarcus and Missile, and the rest of you are being like, I guess you start to realize that there are things inbound coming to attack you, and Damon, you are the first to react because you had your sword out and ready to go.
I guess I'm gonna try and move towards the center of the room up by like Terran, and then I'm going to launch magic missile at the I think the Banshee that went after DeMarcus.
Okay. Yeah, so like a Banshee starts like flying at DeMarcus, and yeah, you start casting your spell. Oh fuck, sorry. Okay, so now you can see the health. And you hit...
Do I roll all 3 darts?
Yeah, you have to roll all 3 darts individually.
Okay, because it's gonna use up like a spell slot for each roll.
Okay, why don't you just roll... how many more darts are you doing?
Just 2.
Okay,
When
so
the
just...
spell pops up, you can click or unclick use spell slot.
Oh yeah, just do that.
Square.
Smart.
This music's too combat heavy. I need something scarier.
Some children's music would actually be terrifying right now.
There we go. Here we go. Back to our good time with Yakuba. Yeah, alright, good stuff. Okay, yeah, so you, like, hurl a bunch of missiles at the creature, and it screams out in this horrifying sound as all of the missiles collide into her, like, kind of misty and undead form. It is now... Is that your whole turn? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm just going to remove your turret from the list because we're using it as like your bonus action, basically. So, Missile, it is your turn.
Yeah, regarding the cannon, it was on flamethrower, and I simply can't bring myself to use a flamethrower in a library.
Yeah.
So, for whatever it would cost, I guess it would be a bonus action. I'd like to convert it to Protector, and then maybe on subsequent terms I can use it.
Sure.
So for now, the cannon is Protector, and then on myself for my turn, if possible, it's a bonus action, but I'd like to cast Expeditious Retreat on myself.
Okay, yeah.
And I can take the dash action as a bonus action for later turns.
Okay, yeah. So you cast Expeditious Retreat on yourself. Wait, did you say that was a bonus action or an action?
It's a bonus action, so if I could use, like, maybe as my action, I could change the cannon, and then as a bonus action, use Expeditious Retreat.
We'll allow it. I don't, because the cannon's homebrewed. So yeah, we'll just say it's an action for you to change your cannon. So that'll solve that problem. And now you're concentrating on that. You're not going to move though.
I think. Yeah, you know what? That's probably a good idea to move. I'm going to step up.
Well, for the record, if you do move, you can. I think you still can get hit by attack of opportunity.
Forget about it. Let's sit tight and not be a coward then.
Okay. It is the Wraith's turn. She's going to fly like real fast at DeMarcus. And what the fuck? Hold on, sorry. Oh, got it. And it is going to... Wait. Yeah, Life Drain. It's going to reach out its lifeless hand on DeMarcus and try to, like, pull out his life. And when he does, he, like, looks like Life Drain hits... hold on. If it hits, the target must succeed on a DC 14 Constitution saving throw, or its hit point maximum is reduced by an amount equal to the damage taken. So make a Constitution saving throw on DeMarcus.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
DeMarcus, your max HP is reduced by that much, so drop your max HP to 48.
Do what?
I'll do it.
Oh, it's reduced by 22.
Correct, yeah. So basically now you're at full health, but your new HP total is 48.
Are we still aided, or did that expire a long time ago?
No, it should should keep going. You should still be aided.
Yeah. It's 8 hours long.
Now, should that add to DeMarcus's roll then, since it was a saving throw?
Does aid add to Constitution saving throws?
It's not warding bond. It's a different thing.
Okay.
I turned my aid off because it kept wanting to like add 10. So the numbers are right as far as my HP goes now.
Okay, that's fine. So you so that's its turn, and this other astral wraith comes at Evander and hits him with life drain. And he hits, and Evander makes his Constitution saving throw. and succeeds, so he doesn't have his reduced, but he is hurting. That was a huge blow to him. The third wraith comes flying towards Fosner and casts Life Drain and hits as well, and make a Constitution saving throw. Yes, you succeed, so your HP is not reduced.
Nice.
But you still take the damage. DeMarcus, it is your turn.
Yeah. I mean, but what am I actually like looking at right now, John?
Yeah, so like out of the bookshelves flew like this haunting-looking astral wraith that like flew at you. Its eyes are like a golden, bright, like shining, and they look very evil. It's got kind of like the body of like almost like a skeleton, but it's all kind of astral, like smoke coming at you. But you get the sense that it is very evil and that it is trying to consume your life force.
Yeah, so I think like RP, rather than attack it, like DeMarcus would absolutely cast protection from evil and good on himself.
Okay, so what's
it scared the shit out of him, and it like he's just
yeah?
Like,
So what's that do? Can you cast it?
I mean, yeah.
Until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of evil. Okay. And then several creatures against those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. Okay. Can't be frightened or charmed. Okay. Okay, yeah. So you like pull out some holy water and silver and iron and like burn it all simultaneously or something to like ward yourself, and like an aura kind of like emanates from you that like these evil creatures seem to kind of like be repulsed by. Okay, that is the end of DeMarcus' turn. This wraith will come flying towards Missile and try to drain him of his life.
Okay, I may be prepping a reaction here. Never
And
mind.
he misses his attack on you. He likes kind of like reaching his hand through the bookshelf, and his like kind of shadowy clawed hand comes towards you, and you kind of like duck underneath it and dodge out of the way of it.
And I squeak in terror.
And now this is all making a lot of noise, and the Banshee is going to let out this horrifying scream that basically is her just saying like silence, but in scream. And is it not gonna work? Oh, that didn't work at all. Okay, so the Banshee releases a mournful wail, and this wail has no effect on constructs and undead. For the record, Damon is considered not a construct for the matter of like resistances and stuff. All other creatures within 30 feet of her that can hear her must make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. On a failure, that creature drops to 0 hit points.
Jesus.
People within 10 feet of me get +3, right?
Yes.
Right.
So 30 feet of
I guess I
her.
should have added too, shit.
So hold on, let me put a marker. So everybody in the red, so that would be DeMarcus, Missile, Terran, and Damon.
No, not Haza.
It's good because it's Terran.
I'm gonna Flash of Genius mine,
Okay.
so that should pass.
All right.
I drop.
All right. So give me a second because there's a lot of rolls that just happened simultaneously.
Sure.
And 0.
Okay. So anybody DC 13 lower drops to 0, and so that would be DeMarcus. Some reason you only have +2 to yours. Oh, because we're not counting in your.
Yeah, so mine's actually 14, and
Yeah.
whoever's within 10 feet's +3.
Yeah. So.
I'm gonna do better at remembering that. It's I keep forgetting about it. Probably
Yeah.
because of this, so.
I should be adding it to your character sheet. That's my bad. So, Missile, you flash of genius yourself and save yourself. Wait, why is you adding 1d4 to that? Do you still have bless on yourself?
I have no idea. Where would I check for that?
In your equipment under tools.
Inventory, loot, tools. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, so that would drop you to a. Yeah, what the fuck happened with yours? Oh, 1d20. Okay, so you rolled a 7 plus your flash of genius would put you at what?
12, so that's still not going to pass.
But you're within DeMarcus's aura, which gives you enough, just enough to get over the lip. Now, Terran fails and hits 0 hit points, and Damon succeeds and does not, and so only suffers 10 damage. Anybody that succeeds, by the way, still suffers 10 damage.
Ouch.
So basically what you just saw was this fight broke out. Isolde, it's about to be your turn. I guess it is just technically your turn. And all of a sudden, like, all of these wraiths were upon you, and this banshee let out this horrifying scream, and Terran, like, fainted. And everybody else was hit with, like, a wave of, like, psychic energy. And it is your turn.
All right. I would move up next to Terran,
Okay.
and for my action, I'm gonna cast Turn Undead, which is one of my channel divinities, so it's not a spell.
Okay.
And then my bonus action, I'll cast Healing Word on Terran.
You can.
We
Oh, okay.
could do the Turn Undead thing first.
Okay, yeah.
So each undead that I can see or hear within 30 feet must make a Wisdom saving throw DC 16.
Okay. So that's all of these people. Wisdom saving throws in?
Yep.
That one succeeds. That one succeeds. Wow.
Really?
This is crazy. And I'm going to say that you cast it purposefully still in range of the one near Vosner.
I tried to get within 30 feet of as many as possible.
Yeah, you would have kind of had to pick between the one on Evander or the one on Vosner, and I rolled for the one on Vosner, and it failed. So what's it do when it fails?
So, it's turned for 1 minute, or until it takes damage. It has to spend its turns trying to move as far away from me as it can, and it can't willingly move to any space within 30 feet of me. It also can't take reactions. It can only use the dash action, or try to escape from any effect that's preventing it from moving.
Could you cast it into the chat so I can read in case there's like some finer details? Because if I remember correctly, there's a distinction between failure and success, and even if they fail, I think it's still, or succeed, I think it's still detrimental to them.
Class features, maybe. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think as a life cleric, you, at this point, you get like, at some level it just starts killing them automatically.
Yeah, it's is this on my character sheet? Yeah, there we go. Did that show up for you?
No. I guess I can read it off your
Clicking
character
on it.
sheet.
Yeah. It's under active abilities, under features.
Yeah, okay.
But I think you are right that at a certain point it becomes destroy undead or something to that effect.
Yeah, you might check on D&D Beyond or something real quick, just before, like during Terran's turn. Make sure that nothing else crazy happens. Moves as far away as you
Yeah,
can.
at 5th level it destroys undead of CR half or lower.
Oh, yeah, these aren't CR half or lower. Sorry. Sorry to give
No
you false hope.
That's fine.
Eventually you'll just be like you could just wipe out waves of zombies though, which would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that's what it's for, really.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But I still have my bonus action,
Sure.
and I'm actually going to cast Mass Healing Word at 3rd level.
Okay.
Going out the big guns. Okay.
Wow, you guys are like rolling literally as shitty as possible.
I mean, that doesn't include my bonuses for,
Yeah, so how much life does everybody get? I'll add it up. I'll do it manually.
should be an additional 2 plus the spell level, so everyone gets 11 health, and Izzy gets 5 health. But I'm at full.
I am technically at full health too.
Technically.
Okay. So everybody in the area gets like blessed with Isolde's like divine power. And let's see, this one I'm gonna put feared. And then yeah, that is Isolde's turn. Terran, you just saw a banshee like scream, and the sound was so horrifying that like your knees gave out and you hit the floor unconscious, like feeling all of the life energy drained out of you. And then Isolde came and brought you back from unconsciousness, and you are at 1 point of exhaustion. Yep. It's your turn.
Yeah, I was just looking at my spells. None of them are great for this encounter. So he's gonna shakily stand up and point his wand towards the banshee and cast Vitrolic Sphere. So it's past them and then splashes onto the banshee and the wraith.
Okay.
That didn't work.
Okay. Yeah. So, is that the damage roll? What's the rule on it? Can you roll it in the chat so I can see it? Or was that the roll? Oh, a
So-
dexterity saving throw.
It should be on the banshee and the one wraith next to them.
Okay.
So then they'll take the 10d4 now and then additional 5d4 at the end of their next turn.
Okay, yeah. You do 25 damage to each of them. It's like a super effective explosion of acid, and it like kind of coats all of the books in this shelf, but it's super effective on hurting them.
And then I'll move towards the bookshelves on the left to get some distance.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. On
That
Evander's turn, he is not enjoying this very much. He is going to let's see, each creature. Well, that won't work. Yeah. Casters are hard. Okay. He is going to... Fuck me. Guys, this is a hard fight.
Could have just had us fight giant book-eating worms, but
Well, then all the books would be eaten.
that's true.
Yeah, I feel like this is supposed to be my shit, and I feel totally powerless right now. My spell slots are not looking the way they should.
Oof.
Okay, he's going to cast invisibility on himself. And kind of like and move away from the fray. Because he was like really looking rough. And
Where is he?
Bosner, you are up.
Okay. Where's Evander? I can't see him.
Yes,
Everything.
he's invisible.
Tis the point.
Gotcha. Alright, because the wraith next to me is
Afeared.
feared, it doesn't take it won't do attacks of opportunity on me?
Correct, yeah.
Sweet! Alright, I will, first, cast Conjure Elementals. I will cast 2 Fire Elementals. Vosner just looks and he says in Druidic, come forth fire, and these 2 little elementals pop up.
Garrett, I don't have elementals like on hand. I guess maybe. I guess
I have it on D&D Beyond, and it says you can choose.
No, yeah,
or
you're
CR.
right. You're totally right that you can cast this spell. I just didn't prep it, so I have to
Okay.
like.
Just put it like a little bird or something. Whatever little sort of thing that I know where it is.
But I also have to be able to roll its stat block. So what's its like?
So since I'm casting 2, they are CR level 1. Yeah, 2 elementals of CR 1 or lower.
Okay. Let me see. Maybe it's in the compendium.
I think that's a 1-minute spell.
It is a 1-minute concentration spell.
Like maybe it takes a minute to cast it.
Casting time is 1 minute.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Those spells, man.
Last campaign, we always had to like start casting like a minute beforehand to ever get anything going.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
your little swamp guys.
never mind. Guess I won't do that.
Probably better for the books anyway.
Think of the
Vosner's
books.
It's more concerned about staying alive.
How could you possibly think that way?
Where are your priorities, man?
Yeah. I don't know. The undead just kind of weird him out anyway. Alright, well, as per regular druid fashion, he will do a flame sphere then. At 3rd level. Wait, well, this 2d6 fire damage. Ram the sphere. Jump across pits up to 10 feet. Ignites flammable objects. Not being worn or carried. Man.
It will
Seems like
burn
everything-
a bunch of books, yes.
Seems like everything that he can do will destroy everything.
Yeah, that's true. Druids are kind of outdoorsy folk. Not usually caring
Right.
much about collateral damage.
No. Oh,
We're gonna burn the whole library to the.
Yeah,
Right.
It's not like we need the info or anything, right?
no, enclosed spaces and flammable objects, he's thinking. He doesn't care necessarily about the books themselves. He'll just turn into a panther. And let's see. Whoop. There it is. Wait for the load. Come on, Panther. There we go. And then 35 feet. Alright, then he's gonna run and pounce on that wraith next to DeMarcus.
Okay. So you like leap and kind of like hop over these tables and shelves, these like shorter squat shelves that are right in front of you, and pounce on it.
Right.
What's your make your roll? Make sure you target it.
First, I think it is targeted. Right?
Okay. No, oh, it was.
It's untargeted. Now it's targeted. First claws.
Yeah. So you slash out and it hits.
These are magical.
Yeah, that's why it did full damage.
Okay. It needs to make a DC 14 strength save.
Okay.
Or is it immune to prone?
I'm actually looking. Yes, it's immune to prone.
Okay. Well, that's, I guess, all I can do then.
So you're like, you jump through it and like claw through it, and your claws like catch on to some of its corporealness, but like it rips it, but it kind of like just reforms. You do seem to have damaged it, so it's not like it's not damaging it, but it's kind of like a gaseous thing where it's not going to be able to be like held down.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay. Damon, you're up.
Damon's just gonna ready some more magic missile, but at a higher level, and he's gonna launch at Banshee again.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that hits. It automatically hits. Sweet. Yeah. So you shoot 4 magic missiles, or is it more than that?
Yeah, I used spell slot 2, and I'm actually going to just whip up another spell slot 2 magic missile,
Okay.
and at the Banshee.
So you're gonna use your whatchamacallit?
I overclock action.
Yep.
surge.
Okay, it's at 2 health, and you kill it.
Alright, I'll send the last missile then at this Banshee next to it.
Okay. Yeah.
And that is my turn.
So Damon like overcharges himself, and you see him like glow and start humming with like a bunch of like energy sounds coming on, and then all of a sudden like 8 missiles erupt out of him and fire into the Banshee and Wraith, and the Banshee gets hit by like 7 of them and just like lets out this like light faint scream as she like withers up and dies. And the wraith is also hurt. And it is Missile's turn.
Cool. I'm gonna have the cannon give DeMarcus and myself Protector. Let me see if I can do that.
So careful with that. Let me.
Oops.
No, you're
Sorry.
fine. Undo that.
Oh, it didn't even work.
It did.
Oh.
It technically DeMarcus was at full health. Okay, so what it's supposed to do. So let's just undo that and undo that. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to give temporary hit points. So what you rolled an 11. So DeMarcus, give yourself 11 temporary hit points. Missile, give yourself 11 temporary, and I'll put 10 on the 11. Sorry, on the little guy.
Nice. I'm a little guy. Okay, so that's good. Why can't I do things differently? And then what Missile is gonna do is... let's go closer to the crew, just right up there. And then...
As you're pulling back, you're gonna get attacked by that wraith, just so you know.
Isn't this one with the skull on it dead?
The one, oh, you can't see it because its hand is like through the wall, sorry. That bookshelf to your right, there's a wraith right there attacking you.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Well, alright, we're gonna get... Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Centered on myself, I'm gonna cast Shatter.
Okay.
Which, you know what, I'm just gonna do it. Let's go here. Okay, and then for DeMarcus, I'm gonna Flash of Genius him so that he passes. I say, plug your ears! And then...
Awesome.
I do the thing.
So your cannon, I'll undo the damage to the cannon. Actually, it would take no, it's immune to that shit. So the Banshee's already dead. It should have hit that other one. I don't know how that worked, but... Weird, it like only procced to them.
Oh.
It's okay. So, it's what, 15 thunder damage?
It seems to be, yes.
It takes half that damage because it seems to be resistant to thunder.
Dang. And the one to the left of DeMarcus, does that take any as well?
Yeah, we'll say it hits too.
Okay.
And is that your turn?
I believe so.
It is the Wraith's turn, who is going to attack DeMarcus again. And he reaches out his cold undead hand to grasp at DeMarcus's heart, and DeMarcus deflects it. And Terran rolls 5d4?
At the end of that race turn, it's the one next to Marcus. It takes 5 or 8 acid damage from the...
Oh, so I forgot. It's actually got resistance to acid damage, so I'm just going to incorporate this into the previous roll. So he wouldn't have taken as much damage on that first thing, so he's about where he's at. Okay.
Cool.
So that Wraith misses DeMarcus. This Wraith, now not having Evander to go for, is going to go after Isolde. And he reaches out and his hand goes to like touch your heart, and it like gets like repelled by your very shiny new armor. Because it rolled a 19 and normal, it usually wouldn't hit. Or usually would hit.
That's nice armor.
Yeah, nice armor. Thanks for dying, Leeward.
That's what I do.
And then this Wraith is going to spend his turn running the fuck away through walls. And it is DeMarcus' turn.
Does Vosner get an attack of opportunity when it runs away?
No, because Vosner's not there. He's a cat down there.
right.
Yeah.
Bowser's Ghost.
DeMarcus, you are up.
All right, so yeah, I'm just going to take a swing at the wraith right next to me.
Go for it. Yep, you hit.
I'm gonna do. Am I supposed to not be able to see his HP bar?
No, you should be able to. They're all hidden. Fuck, I'll fix it.
Okay. Where was he at before? Well, that's where he's at now. So I'm gonna do damage roll. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. It's not giving me the option to roll for damage, Sean? Oh wait, there it is. Aha. I got it.
Yeah, so you, let's see, hit him for 8 damage. That seems like a pretty low roll. How the fuck did that? Oh yeah, you re-rolled, but you didn't. You got 1. Wow. Okay, yeah, so, you hit him with your maul for 8?
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him again then with my second attack.
Okay. That hits as well.
What?
And you hit him to 2 health.
I'm gonna do a first level smite on him then.
Yeah, go for it. For the record, it is undead, so you get an additional D8 or 2d8, I think, of damage.
Yeah.
So anyways, we don't even have to add it up. But you hit him basically, he's at 2 health, you hit him for 4d8 amount of damage. And like your maul like glows and just like blows this thing out of the water. Like it completely is destroyed.
So I actually, this is something that I had forgotten about, but it didn't come up a lot. With that great weapon master feat thing, when I reduce a creature to 0 HP, I get a bonus attack melee.
Oh yeah, you can use your bonus action to attack, I think.
Yeah. There's 2 features to that, and we always think of the other one.
Yeah. So you can attack the other one.
I'm gonna move around missile and go for that one that's coming through the shelf, I guess.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, it's a good thing I didn't have that thing hit you, because it had disadvantage on the attack anyways. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if it did.
Yeah, but it all worked out.
Okay.
Yeah, that hits.
This is 17 hit, sorry.
Yeah, it hits.
Okay, roll damage, and then I'm gonna do a second level Divine Smite on it.
Okay, so, I believe that's 5d8 then? Because it's undead.
Okay. So wait, I would add 2d8 is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it? Roll / space 2d8?
Yep. Oh, / roll space 2d8. Yeah, alright.
Alright, that's all I got.
So, you basically, like, kill the one to your side and then rush over and Divine Smite this one over here, and, like, all of this, like, divine energy flies into it, and your maul, like, comes crashing into it and smashes into the bookshelf, sending, like, a bunch of books scattering, and this thing is, like, almost dead. It is this Wraith's turn, and he is going to attack Missile.
Bring it on!
He hits you for 23 damage and make a Constitution saving throw.
Don't tell me what to do. Gonna use my last Flash of Genius to add 5 to that.
Okay. You do, and luckily you had that, because otherwise it would have reduced your max HP by that much. So now you succeed the saving throw, and it is the Banshee's turn, who's dead, and now it is Isolde's turn.
Alright, for a ranged spell attack, is it at disadvantage if it's straight in front of me, kind of like a longbow, or no? I'm thinking Guiding Bolt.
I'm just gonna say no, but that's just ignorance. I don't know. We can look it up later.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt at the one in front of me.
Okay.
At 2nd level.
Nice.
Yeah, holy fuck.
Yeah, no kidding.
Whoa! You crit so hard that my foundry just crashed. Oh, fuck me. Alright.
No.
Oops.
I guess I should ask, because we're going a little bit later than we normally do. Is everybody still okay on stuff, or do people need to leave?
If we finish combat, that should get me there, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, are you guys can reconnect now. Sorry.
Yeah, I just loaded back in. I forgot to target it, of course.
Oh.
But the next attack on it should have advantage.
Got it.
It is a glow.
Yeah, you fucking hit it like a truck. Yeah, what's the deal with... Why is Guiding Bolt hitting so hard? Because it's undead?
It was.
I cast it at 2nd level.
Oh, okay. No, that makes more sense. I was like, is a cantrip or a first
Wait,
level?
8d6 plus 2d6.
I'm guessing what
So
it
it's
is
supposed to be- Yeah, so it's supposed to be 4d6 usually.
but you upped
But
it a
it's an
level, which gave
additional-
it, yep,
Yeah.
and then it doubled
So now
both of
it's
those.
10d6.
Yeah, so 10d6 is a lot of damage, and you fucking blow up this ghosty boy, and now he's aglow for somebody else to hit him. And it is Taryn's turn.
I'm gonna move a little closer to the fray, and I'm gonna pull out my wand and cast Chill Touch on. But I'm gonna twin it, so I'm shooting both of the wraiths.
Okay, yeah. You can target both of them when you cast it as well, by the way.
But since there's advantage on one,
That's fine. Well, yeah, do it on the first one first, I guess, with advantage, and then... Yeah. So, for some reason, it didn't seem to apply the damage. Wait, what kind of damage was that? Chill Touch is necrotic?
yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's immune to it. So you like launch out some necrotic energy, and both of the specters seem completely like unfazed by it. It seems to just be like absorbed into their body.
Great. That's my turn.
Okay. On Evander's turn, he is going to fucking do something useful. Right? He's gonna cast Cone of Cold.
Cone of shame.
Oh, hold on. Okay. I was supposed to hit the other one as well, so I'm gonna do it. but he like comes out of invisibility right next to Missile's creature and shoots this giant cone of cold straight up into the bookshelf and towards the other one, and it hits both of them for it's cold damage, but they have resistance. So this one takes 20. It takes 10. So this like huge explosion of cold energy comes flying through the air over the top of these bookshelves and hits both of these ghosties. And it is Vosner's turn. Psst, Vosner. Are you muted?
Sorry, I'm muted. Alright. I'm gonna come alongside this ghosty. I can't move my token.
Did you reconnect after the thing?
Yeah, I thought I did.
Well,
Alright,
which one are you attacking? I can just move the token for you.
I'm moving towards the one by Isolde.
Okay, we'll just say you can attack it from there.
Yeah. This one.
Roll that attack. Oh, you had it selected.
Come on. Is it selected now?
Yeah, it's selected.
Okay. I gotta pull this back out. Shapes. Choose kitty. And I will, what does bite do?
Bite does more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you like come at it with your magical panther fangs and like tear into it and like rip it apart. It's still alive, but barely.
Cool.
Damon.
That's all I can do.
It is your turn, and there are only 2 remaining ghosties, and one that seemed to have been feared away.
Yes. I think it's been working so well so far. I'll just do Final Magic Missile this time at level 3 so I can target both of them with a reasonable amount of damage.
Yeah, okay. Yep, you hit him. He's at... The lower one is at 2 health. And you kill him. And yeah, so you shoot what, 5 magic missiles?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, and they come flying out and like just slam into the target and kill it, like almost immediately. And their like bodies fizzle, and just for the sake of time, you see like Evander walk over to where Isolde is kind of standing, and as soon as that one ghost comes flying back in the room, the collective group of you all like shoot your shit at it instantly, and it blows the fuck up as soon as it comes back. And that is the end of our combat.
I dig it.
Blowing up some ghosts.
Let's see. I don't know. Here's some good music. And you are now find yourself in the ancient library underneath of the guild. When you stop to look around, you see that this place is full of a number of ancient tomes. Some of them are in pretty decent condition, considering that this place has been relatively untouched. Aside from these strange, like, spectral things that have haunted the room, you find that there's relatively, like, little else that's, like, lived in here. Some cobwebs and stuff, but all of that is pretty ancient. And when you walk into the back room, you find that there are a number of like books on arcana, and I'm just going to speed this up for you. You find that there is this one room in the far back. If you guys actually move back there. Oh shit, I need to reconnect this thing. In this Yeah, in the back room, you guys find a shimmering portal which seems to be humming a certain tone. And Damon, as you approach it, just because of your good roll on portals earlier today when you analyzed that previous portal, you detect that this is a portal leading to the astral plane, and probably is the source of those very powerful astral wraiths that you encountered before. And Evander comes into the room with you and turns to Damon and says, "You should probably close this as well."
I do so.
Karen wonders aloud how so many portals keep getting opened up down here.
And he turns to you and says, "It's actually a really good question. I've been doing some research, and it appears that a number of places with powerful relics or people or creatures have a tendency to, over time, open portals all on their own. I imagine that there's something in this room emanating enough power that it pulled the astral plane here itself." And as Damon is completing the spell to get rid of this, sure enough, there is a book underneath of this portal that seems to be like infused with arcane energy that was probably over the source of a 1500-year period of time thing that pulled the astral plane or a portal to the astral plane into existence. And Evander goes up to the book and inspects it, and he's just like, fascinating. And yep.
Do I, like, from my work with Multanus, like, did I know if they were, like, if I recall correctly, I was aware that they were, like, doing something with portals. Is that right?
Yeah, so what you know from your work with Multanus was that this entire facility was associated with teleportation and portals, and that this was kind of like a giant academy that housed a lot of different arcane endeavors. It was kind of like, I don't know, it's not like an academy, it wasn't training people, but it was just like a major library and druid sanctuary, and it was kind of like a lot of things all in this giant massive building, because it was this very trafficked teleportation or portal nexus.
Could I ask Evander for that book?
He laughs and he says, "I don't think any of us should be touching this until Master Marin looks it over. It looks like it might be a little bit more powerful than anything else we could handle."
We should send Marin a message and get him down here then, because I don't want to leave it with the cult running around.
It's a very good point. Though I do think that Master Gorok and Master Ander are, at the front, so to speak, and I don't imagine any more guild members will be getting in. Or, sorry, cult members.
Karen just kind of like nods. He's not going to fight the point.
But yes, somebody should send a message to Marin.
In this back room, could I peruse through any books that I would recognize the language?
Yeah, this is all like arcane script. This room is full of spellbooks.
Oh, just spellbooks. Okay. Yeah, I guess he's just looking for anything he could read that would talk about the Shadowfell, I guess.
Yeah, just by virtue of the fact that a lot of this was written in a time before Common, there's going to be a language barrier, and there might be information for what you're looking for, but it would probably require either somebody modifying your ability to read things, namely like through some sort of magic spell that Marin might be able to help you with, or somebody just reading the books for you and like looking up what you need.
Guess I will wait.
I don't have enough magic left to send a message to Master Marin, unfortunately.
Evander looks at you understandingly and says, "That's fine. We can always just go up there. It's not that much of a walk, actually."
Will we be able to seal the library behind us?
Oh yes, I will be able to seal off the door magically. It'll be fine.
Alright.
I anticipate that the portal that opened here will not reopen. It's the product of probably hundreds of years of slowly weakening this area, and with the magic that Damon has carried out, I'm sure it will hold for at least a week or two.
Good.
And he turns to you and he says, "You know, I was probably a little overeager in trying to investigate this place myself. Had I been successful in getting into the library, I suppose all of those things would have attacked me alone. And, well, I'm grateful, I guess is what I'm trying to say."
Of course. I mean, we wouldn't have known you were down here if Master Marin hadn't brought up his concerns, so I think probably the thanks go to him as well.
Yes, Master Marin watches over all of us.
We are glad you're safe.
Me too. And if you guys want to end there, we can. If you guys want to play some more stuff out, but I know we're like going over time, so I don't want to hold anybody.
I think that's going to be it for me. I'm just going to stare greedily at that book until we can come back and investigate it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm good for the day, I guess, then.
Yeah, I guess I'm good.
All right, sweet. Well, great session, everybody. Thanks for not dying to ghosts. That would have been bad. Been a weird.
That was a killer.
You had me worried there for a minute, man.
I wasn't worried for a second.
Yeah, that first round,
Yeah.
they hit every hit, and you guys and succeeded every save, and you guys didn't do very much. Like, you did a lot of defensive spells, which makes sense, but it was also like, I was like, oh fuck, like, hopefully all this pans out, because...
If I wasn't the only one who failed that Banshee save, it would have been bad.
Yeah, no, that's true. The flash of genius from Missile really saved the day there.
That's what it's for.
I mean, DeMarcus would have hit 0, and... or wait, no, it was on you, wasn't it?
I don't remember. I think it was on one of us.
I think
yeah.
it was on you.
Yeah, I would be the whale with my +3 thing.
Banshees are actually pretty low CR monsters, and there's a big like thread about on Reddit how often Banshees wipe groups, because at low levels, if like 5 people get unlucky and just all fail their save, it'll just team wipe a group.
Shit.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that.
Yeah.
How if everyone drops to 0 and no one is there to do any healing, it's just, I mean, you're dead then.
Right. The spooky librarian lady. She doesn't like noise.
I dig it.
Would coach your party, a librarian.
If we had been really quiet the whole time, would have not triggered a fight.
It kind of depends, but eventually, depending. I mean, if you guys just walked in and then looked around and then left, it wouldn't have triggered anything. Yeah. But you guys tried to go in the special collections area, which is, you know,
The adult section.
yeah, you tried to go in the adult section of the movie store.
Yeah. Behind the curtain.
That's right.